The faces laid idle and lazy. She's so fresh, I see each side of my rise from the shadow. Towards the light, I know and love you, baby. Sleep well tonight. We're low, whistling shorelines. High tide to get the hell out of Dodge. But more ebbs and flows, more hardships and lean time. This is no life for my infant, that's much. Rise from the shadows. Go towards the light. I know and love you, baby. Sleep well tonight. Dawn, I'll meet you on the way. Satellite out into the great blue and tops. Now you're lighter, my baby, peaceful and happy. And it's just as it seems. Nothing is crazy, everything's rosy. It's far from the end, it justifies the means. And I'm from the shadow. Go towards the light. I know and love you, baby. Set well that night. I rose from the shadow, embrace the light. Now you know, I'm sailing away in the morning. Is there something I can say from across the sea? From the place where I belong. No, there's nothing can send me my own true love. And nothing I'm wishing to be only. Just carry us up back till we spoil. From across that lonesome ocean. Oh, I just thought we might want something made of silver. The mountains on the coast of Barcelona. Oh, if I had the stars from the darkest night and the diamonds from the deepest ocean, I'd forsake them all for your sweet kiss. For that's all I'm wishing to be only. Oh, I've been gone a long, long time. It's only that I'm staying. Is there something I can send you to tonight? Take your time, that's how could you ask me again? It only brings sorrow. To say the things that I would want to do. I would want to. It was from her ship that the sailor said, I don't know when I'll be coming back. It depends on how if you, my love, my soul, I'm sure your mind is wrong. I'm sure your heart is mine. Straight away. Take you to the west. Take you to the store. often went from bad to worse. Really never changed a thing. Death kept fighting, tracking us down. At least I heard your bullets sing. Now somebody's gotta show their hand, and time's an enemy. I know you're long gone, because I must be out too. But I thought about it, I know what I done. I guess I would've let it slide. If I paid attention to what I was thinking, the heart inside me would've died. I was just too stubborn to ever be governed by enforced insanity. Someone had to reach for the rising star. I knew it was up to steal. Well, the years pulling out the orchids are in bloom. I've only got the one shirt left, and it smells still perfume. In 14 months, I only smiled once, and I didn't do it consciously. Someone had to find your trail. I thought it might be up to you. It was like a revelation when you betrayed me with your touch. I just about convinced myself that nothing had changed that much. The old man and the iron mask, he slipped me the master key. Someone had to unlock your heart, he said it was up to you. It was like a revelation when you betrayed me with your touch. Now I watch you slowly disappear into the offices. I would have followed you in the door, but I didn't have a ticket stub. So I waited all night till the break of day, hoping one of us could get free. The dawn came over the river bridge. I knew it was out. The only scene out there when I worked as a postal clerk was the way you put you down off the wall near the cage where I used to be. Was I a fool enough to try to protect your real identity? You looked a little bit at my friend. I thought it might be up to me. Oh, I met somebody face to face. I had to remove my hand. She's everything I need in love, but I can't persuade my dad. It frightens me, the awful truth of how sweet life can be. She ain't going to make a move, and I thought it might be up to me. We heard the sermon on the mountain, we knew it was to complain. But it didn't amount to anything more than what the broken glass reflects. When you bite off more than you can chew, you've got to pay the penalty. Someone's got to tell the truth. I thought it might be up to me. To the Thunderbird Cafe. I'm Crystal, wanted to talk to you. I had to look the other way. Now I just can't rest without your love. I need your company. You ain't going to cross the line. I thought it might be up to you. about. There isn't that much to tell. We both heard voices for a while, now the rest is history. Someone's got to cry some tears. I thought it might be up. So come on, boys, put your hands. Life is a pantomime. The ringleaders in the county seat say there ain't all that much time. And the girl with me behind the shade, she ain't my property. One of us got the hero. I guess it must be up. If we never meet again, maybe remember me. I might own guitar, play it for you. But old time melody, the harmonica around my neck, I'm looking for that feeling. No one else could play it, you know, 'cause I'm Greetings, friends. How are you doing? How are you doing? All is well, I hope, I presume. I don't fool myself with the thinking. Yeah. Welcome. I'm sorry for the delay in the starting up, but look, there's no hurry. If you're watching it in playback, just flip through, 10, 15 minutes, a bit more than that probably, a bit more actually, probably 20 minutes. And if you've been watching it live and you're waiting around, well, get a life, right? Get a life. There's a million other things to do while you've been waiting. So, but genuinely, sorry about the extra delay there. Yeah, let me just catch my breath, stretch myself. I'm in a sort of unnatural situation here as well. I should have the computer up here on my keyboard, just the way I can sit forward. So I'm sort of sitting sideways. So if I look weird, it's natural weirdness, and yeah, this the unnatural sitting position as well. Yeah, hope the songs came through okay. I tend to think there's a little bit of buzzing, but it is what it is. And the 3 songs tonight were from my beautiful Steve. Yeah, I won't dwell too much on them, and just to say that I hope they came across okay. And yeah, I really enjoyed singing them as well, even though there was a few errors here and there. So, well, it is live, so that's all there ever is, right? The live now, the now moment. Um, yeah, I think everything's coming through okay. Anyone wants to join, let me know, as usual. All are welcome. Let me get my head into the screen fully. All are welcome. And let me just refresh here. I didn't feel too badly about the longer delay than normal, because generally, like, there's 1 or 2 listeners. So what are you going to do? You know, have a cup. If you're the one listener, maybe you're in Zimbabwe somewhere, have a cup of coffee or something. Or, well, I don't mean to be insulting there. I guess if you want to have a cup of coffee in Zimbabwe, the way the media presents it anyway, you have to travel about 4 miles for a jug of water, or at least you have to send a young child out. So don't have a cup of coffee, just sit down. Bill Gates has provided you all your internet capacity, and you know, at least you have that. So you have no water or even no food really, but you have internet capabilities. So you get to hear Pete Shea in Zimbabwe. Pete, that's a great idea. If I ever moved to Zimbabwe and I go into the media business, I could easily be a radio presenter or something like that. Definitely, it just depends on what the topic is. And even develop a character. I'd definitely be able to develop a character. When I was in school, I was interested in drama, but it was always just like an option, an elective when I was 14 in secondary school, but never continued it on. And even after school, I always fancied joining a musical society or a Shakespearean play company or something like that. I never got to it. reckon I'd be a good Shakespearean actor, or possibly, I'd be happy enough playing the role. But yeah, Pete Shane, Zimbabwe. What do you reckon? What do you reckon? Nana's Wings. Possible. Possible. Anyway, yeah, I won't say too much about the song. It's just I didn't give the name. The first one is sort of untitled, but it's about my baby Steve. So I wrote that one. Steve is a babe in arms, and yeah, it's pretty meaningful. I haven't sang it in a long while, so probably a bit rusty there. And I could also imagine lots of other instruments and harmonies, all that sort of stuff going together with the song. The second song, Spanish Boots of Spanish Leather. Me and Steve love that song as well. Bob Dylan, and the third song was Up to Me, which is yeah, another Bob Dylan song. When me and Steve were driving around, I'd always insert the, I guess it was Up to Steve, and I did that in one of the verses. So I love you, my boy. Okay, let me have a drink quickly, and a good show tonight, I should think. Depending on not how many is listening, I don't gauge myself on that sort of thing. That's not about that. At this late stage, and anyone who doesn't know, I mean, I can make a big deal about subscribers and about numbers and viewers and all that sort of thing. And I might have done early doors, and I wouldn't have really as well, because it's never been about that. It's never about money. This is about a sort of forum and outlet to express yourself more than anything else. In this life, it's a lonely experience for all of us. And if you're going to tell me that it's not lonely for you, well, I don't know what to say to you. I'd have to meet you first of all. Let me put the link in chat for anybody who's going to claim such an obnoxious, silly thing. Because first of all, we spend the absolute vast majority of our lives on our own, with our own thoughts, with our own memories, with our own notions. And by the very nature, what I've come to find out anyway, or what I've come to understand, by the very nature of this life, it has to be lonely, because we're in a separated, divided state. And this is what my channel has been about. Coming to sum it up briefly, but I've been called lots of things in the past. I've been called all manner of things under the sun. You name it, I've been called it. Especially by one guy, one of the baller guys. I mean, look, just to give you context as well, I've been on YouTube for about 5 years at this age, and yeah, there's been many Discord channels and many other channels which allowed for debate between, what are you going to call them, the funded opposition, which is what they are. If you think, well, who is a hero of yours? Name someone anyone who's listening now, name someone who's a hero of yours. You shouldn't have heroes to begin with, but then ask yourself why they are a hero. I asked my mother earlier on, and she was impressed relatively recently about a program about Einstein. I said to her earlier on, what did Einstein do? What did he add to, why is he a great man in your eyes? And she couldn't answer. And her easiest way, because she couldn't answer, her easiest way was to insult me. What have you done in your life? Well, no, that's not the question. Einstein is presented as the man of the century. You're the one singing these praises, and I indeed myself sang his praises. But what did he do? No one can answer, you see? No one can answer. What makes, and the question, actually, funny enough, the reason I went down is because I'm under constantly, it's not hatred as such. It's just dissonance. That's what it is. That's more what it is. It's dissonance. All of the shit that I say and I've said over the years, it can't be true. It has to be coming from the mind of a madman. Now, if it is true, someone is fucked karma-wise. She is. No, she's not. She's grand. But, if it is true, and in fact a stranger than fiction, well then, we're in trouble, right? I mean, how do you continue on daily? Well, that's a deeper question again. I don't want to get too deep into any too deep questions. How do we continue on in our moment-to-moment life? I think a basic premise has to be, and this is what my mother rests solidly upon, is that outside of all the ups and downs, outside of all of the catastrophes, outside of all of the trials and tribulations, there's a good intentioned sort of core to the superstructure, governmentally wise, of the planet, and everything going along with government as well. So that's the basic premise. That's the basic core feeling, core emotion attached to my. I'm looking at my own boobs here. I mean, does anyone else notice my boobs are? You know, I know they're a bit fleshy, but they're not. You know, I'm not. So I shouldn't. That's why I shouldn't be looking at myself now. Anyway, I don't know else to look at. Anyway, yeah. Getting back to that, that's the core, the subconscious core to us. That we accept that no matter what the difficult. If I did something, if my life isn't going right, something to do with me, the greater superstructure. There's an honorable intention behind everything. That was always my way, especially when I was into science, and I was big into science, bigger than for the vast majority of people. I'm the Dodo, but I'm not a fool. I'm not a fool. I'm a fool in a greater sense to know what I don't know in terms of what there is to know. But and that's exactly what the Dodo represents as well. Um, it's sort of wisdom in a sense to know that we don't know. And well, plenty of people know exactly the intentions of all of these different and various and sundry organizations that we've put in power to control us, right? If they're not honest, well, what chance do we have? Listen to me, here in Ireland, anyone in Ireland who's listening, come on, what the fuck? Don't get me talking about Ireland. Who's in power now? Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil. My grandfather would have turned in his grave. Would have, because obviously he's gone from there now. But if he was in his body, which he never was, the moment he died, his body went into his grave. So he was always elsewhere. But he would have turned in his grave to see or to consider that this moment would appear two polar opposites in terms of everything coming together to form a united bond to govern the people through this corona disaster. That he knows, Grandad Hayes, Peter Hayes knows well enough that it's all a hoax. But you know what I mean? It's like something that would not have washed pretty much at all points in history, Irish history anyway, washes now and goes over now as if, it's nothing. We've been told to forget is what we've been told. And coming back to who do we trust? For our information, for our guidance, for our... what's the best way of putting it? Or faith, in a sense, it is. It's a faith. It's a faith. I had faith in science. I had faith in the greater body of science, the larger collective effort of the greatest minds in history bringing us to this point now. I had absolute faith. My beautiful son, I ingrained with this, what are you going to call it? It's a feeling, it's, sort of a man thinking and, just passing on these notions. But I ingrained him into it. When we look up at the sky, as we used to go for our walks around Brooknahowan in Ennis, look up at the sky, I'm saying, son, we're looking, all fucking nonsense. We're looking billions of light years away, etc., and all that sort of stuff. And, just peddling the nonsense, and it's nonsense. That's the best way of putting it, actually, because you see, everything is actually true. Would you believe that everything is true? It's just a matter of us coming to orientate. That's it. Orientate the information that is presented to us, or that we choose to expose ourselves to, or we're exposed to. I think probably more than ever now at this late stage, not late stage, at late stage in this terms of this investigation. I've been at this 5 years, 4 or 5. Well, flat Earth wise, I've been a flat Earther since about 2013. Anyone who thinks flat Earth doesn't matter, well, you think yourself you don't matter. You don't care about yourself then, because if you don't care about your home, are you going to tell me whatever home you're in now that doesn't matter? Someone's going to come in and tell you, well, your home is. It's a fucking corrugated iron shanty shed in Calcutta. Are you going to say no? That's not true. This is my home here. It's in by the beach in Ireland, or it's and it's a 5-bedroom, lovely extended garden. No, you're not going to listen to that nonsense. You're not going to, because your home matters, right? I mentioned it last night. two letters, everything is based, all other letters are based on in the alphabet, and language is a code, are H and O. But if you think about the H, I knew this already, but I didn't mention it. H is also a combination of three lines. So the three lines can be reduced to one line, which brings all letters gauged and crafted in relation to two letters, which is I and O. And isn't that very interesting? I and O is 1 and O, which is the binary code, the two digits used in binary decoding, or binary coding, I guess. And well, we live in a binary system. The animals went in 2 by 2. Anyone who speaks Irish here in Irish, Ivra Hain, Ivra Do. Do is 2 2. Would you believe that? How many times have I been saying, well, how often I've been saying that the Dodo represents this divided state? And yeah, I will be going on to, so this is just a prequel to what I'm going to do. And I've done it before, anyone who's listened, but I think it's more pertinent now than ever that I do it again. And I walk you through it this time, more particularly, because, yeah, once you come away from that blind sort of unquestioning trust in authority, in power outside of yourself, then you're soon to be let down. And this is the nature of this experience we're having in life. Life contains the word lie. It's not the be-all and end-all. As a scientific-minded man, as a modern man, right? Yeah, this is going back 10 years, a bit more, 10 years ago, after I came back from York, in England. Amazing coincidences in life, my life. The number of coincidences and not coincidences anymore, connections to 9/11 in my life, unbelievable. My son, whose birthday it is today, my beautiful Steve, if his conception date went back, so let me get this straight again. If his conception date was based on, so if he went full term and it was based on his birth date, then he would have been conceived at 9/11, exactly that weekend, 9/11, 2001. But Steve was a, well, certain number of weeks premature anyway. But yeah, the first place I found out about 9/11 conspiracy, or the possibility of 9/11 conspiracy, was when I moved to York too. That's a story I've told before as well. I moved to build a better life. I knew where I was. I'd be no good to anyone if I stayed there. To do something, to build something. That's the first place I found out about 9/11 conspiracy, which of course happened in New York. Now, the word conspiracy has been made dirty, but everything's conspiracy. Well, yeah, I'm not going to go down to a basic level of it. When you cooperate in a lie, when you keep a secret from someone else or something like that, then you're involved in a conspiracy. You conspire to deceive. So to think that conspiracies don't happen on a grander supra level, that's crazy talk. That's crazy talk. For the vast majority of people, they don't care. It doesn't matter. But it's our story throughout all of this. It's every man's story. You don't care now, or you mightn't care now, but you won't not care forever. There's a purpose and there's a determination. There's an intent behind everything we're experiencing. And yeah, ultimately coming back to this division, this overriding theme, I guess, which is the theme of division in life, and coming to terms with that. So let me. I'm not going to continue. I'm going to continue to look at my own ugly mug, and I'm going to say ugly mug. Looking well enough, I should think. Looking well, I should think. But I don't really care how well or not I look. It doesn't. What does that matter anymore? All the facades, all the masks have been removed, right? What do you think the masks has ultimately been about? A few of the things that struck out, and all the masks are gone. All the masks are gone now, miraculously, all gone. I have a few stories to tell you just about even some of the things that happened today, but all the masks are gone now, miraculously, and the pubs are up. Things are slightly changed a little bit. In Mickey Martin's inside in town, which is the one by Dunn's here in Limerick. Oh, well, you can buy a drink inside, €5, €6 a pint, but you can't stand outside the front because the cops might be on your back. Stand around the side, all right, but you just got to hang out like a hobo around the side of the pub. So that's sort of the new normal, I guess. I went down and asked the lads, what do you reckon about all of this, lads? I mean, this is what they've done to us on the back of the corona hoax. I'm just relating something that happened, right? I can do that. That's my point of view. I'm free. I'm entitled to my point of view. And yeah, all the lads were humming and hawing, but and I don't even mean that as well. I think it's better. I think it's much better. I really do. I think people are just have come to appreciate as well just what it means to be in a sort of social setting, no matter how limited or no matter what the circumstances are. It's about what counts when you go out to, well, I don't know, sillily, I should think, purchase a pint of beer for €6. And I was actually saying to the lads, I was going, lads, around the front there, they were moved on because, well, they bought the drink here, but they're standing at the front, so they can move. Your man told them they could move to the next door building. I'm there just a can, because when I go and busking, I normally get 3 cans. And yeah, I'm there with a can. No fucker's going to tell me to move off the street. If a guard comes along and tells me you can't be drinking, what do you mean I can't be drinking that there? I bought that I'm more than 100 meters away from where I bought it, according to your rules. So don't be telling me what I can or can't. You know what I mean? Whereas they can be told, after paying €6, this is fucking crazy stuff, €6 in the pub to stand outside, they can be told to move on. Not just from the cops, from the fucking pub owner, the guy who just sold them the liquor. It's madness, but I see the method behind the madness as well. It sort of makes us really appreciate what is. And that's the way I definitely look at it. That's the way I definitely look at it. I have another few stories. I was walking home yesterday. The vets, as a veterinary, he's very busy throughout whenever they've been open. They've been very busy, and they're probably one of the essential services as well. If one of your near and dear pets gets injured, then they'll go to a veterinary. But 2 lovely girls out. I think I met one of them before. There was a little bird injured at the back here, and I just brought it over, not knowing what to do with it really, and but not sure about that. It was the same girl, but the 2 girls were there, and I was just passing by, and I just they were finishing up for their day, and I said, "Well, girls, any sign of any sort of animals being infected or contracting corona?" And they're going, "Oh," the 2 of them were like, thought I was serious. I'm leading them somewhere, of course. But yeah, no, we're looking at it. I said, "Isn't it wonderful? Isn't it great? I mean, nature is so sensitive, so caring in that sense. No animals have been affected by corona, and none of the younger children have been affected by the most vulnerable ones. So isn't that wonderful?" And the girls were sort of going, well, yes, no, yes, no. I didn't know what to say to it. And then just as I was walking by, I said, "Well, did you hear the news?" It was funny. It was funny to see their reaction. I said, were you listening to the news today? And they were going, "No, well, did you catch it early on?" Or, no. Well, apparently breaking news that a man in China, I say it, so a man in China just ate another fucking bat today. And yeah. They're taking the piss, girls. What do you reckon? We seen what happened the last time that started. So the girls started laughing, but it's hilarious, like it is. And of course, I'm not going to worry about a man in China eating a bat today, are you? I'm not going to worry about a fucking man up in Bala eating a bat. He can do what he wants, whoever he is. I don't mind the man in China. It's funny though. I'm not relating the moment and the dramatic sort of yeah. Let me have a cigarette here. What time is it? Yeah, see, I'm not restricted anymore now so my mother can fuck up, put on the alarm all she likes. I don't mind. She has her fucking windows open wide in the front, and here's me stifled with air. And I said to her, "What do you?" I said it to her. I said, "Like, well, I can't breathe up in the room." And she's going, "That's the hash." This is not the fucking hash. It's when I was 6 and my nose was bleeding. So much that they had to cauterize it, and you don't even fucking remember it, and all you're doing is blaming the hash. But yeah, so now I have an out. I remember I mentioned the last time. None of the front windows are what do you call it. She's deaf. She's not deaf at all, but she puts the television on loud. So I just go out to the front. So fucking perfect. It's even better. Even better than smelling up the room here. She won't know that. And I won't be deceiving. It's not like lies by omission. If she never asked me, have you gone out to the front when the smoke when I put on the alarm? She never asked me that. And like I'm coming to an age now where I don't have to sort of ask her permission on things. Anyway, yeah, some very interesting. I could talk about so many interesting things, but I have something very specific tonight, and I'm leading up to it in terms of what's the purpose of this? What are you doing all this for? I mean, the vast majority of people who are disconnected from everything that goes on, first of all, within the flat earth realm. And let me just clarify that everything is connected to flat earth. Everything's connected to your home. Who the fuck do you think you are? That's the question, isn't it? My Steve, my beauty, the thing I love, excuse me, I don't never, the thing I love most, not the thing, but the power I love most in this life. I told my Steve that we have 70 short years here in this life, nothing before, nothing after. And the only thing that makes life worthwhile, worth living is love. Love for oneself and love for one's fellow man. Now, I fucking came away from that. Excuse my language again. I don't mean to, I came away from that. Ultimately, drastically, completely. We don't have 70 short years. We don't. We have eternity. We have eternity. But in terms of this turmoil, it's a nice word, turmoil we're thrown into. Well, it came to the best of my memory, I did pass on personally this idea, this notion to my Steve. Yet I've come to the same conclusion. In the midst of all this turmoil, in the same boat that we're all in, even though we have eternity, well, it's still love that makes it all, salvageable, worthwhile. That's what I reckon. Now that I've come to this sort of point, this closing, we're very, 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 I don't give a shit what you're saying. We're very, very close to ultimate, and I'm going to say transformation. I think transformation already here, but I think ultimate sort of disclosure. So everyone will be made aware of it in whatever sense. I mean, talk about everybody. How many people do you know? How many people, for instance, did you meet today? Let's get real. How many people did you meet today? I bet you I met more people than you did. I bet you more people smiled today than what they did at you. And I don't mean that in a mean way. I really don't. But you know what I mean? It comes down to what sort of interaction do we have with the greater numbers or the greater statistics? Why do we hold something to be true? And if we did not hold it to be true, would we go about our day, whatever we choose to, what are we going to call it, compose our day of, would it change? I should think fundamentally, would it, even a few subtle but vital pieces of information, your mind can change. And I mentioned this years ago, I can't even remember it. If I was to sit here and say to you, I don't know, to say to you over and over again, or just even to repeat 10 nasty negative words, I would, first of all, put myself in a certain mood, and also I would put you in a certain mood, just from the very notion, just from the very fact that you're listening to these vibrations, which reminds me of the word beat it. Michael Jackson, beat it, beat it, beat it is be ether, be ether. Is it ether ever present? This is the energy that gives us vitality. Without the ether, we don't exist. And the ether was, funny enough, by Einstein, killed, right, when he went freeze relativity. Now everything connects. So once again, this is for you, the individual, to make your way towards the truth, to read all the different clues, to have that mind, first of all, that you want to fucking figure it out. You have come to overturn your preconceived beliefs, I guess, your preconceived positions, you know, because your family is Fine Gael or your Labour or no matter where you are, Democrats, Conservative, you know, you are then. And of course, it's understandable that would happen as it leaches down, good word, leaches down, you know, all this influence. But no fucker knows what they're talking about. We don't know what we're talking about. We don't really. And this is why we got to hone in on the sort of the now moment. If you have a question to ask, right, and you have a theme working on, well, ask it, ask it, but phrase it properly. Phrase it properly first and foremost to yourself. What is the question? Get a grasp on the question. What question am I actually asking? We always have to be very careful. And I recommended to somebody recently that if you want to sign, and if they're listening, well, let me say first of all, be careful, because if you want to sign, you will get a sign. You just have to be honest and open, and go find a solitary place and make your wishes known to the greater ether. You will get a sign. The problem is that when you get the sign, what do you do then? What do you do then? And yeah, I think actually all the signs, as I mentioned many times before as well, the truth is in all of us, waiting to come out. So with that proper mind, our mindset, and having everything sort of established, well, I think we can make great inroads into truth. And that's absolute truth as well. That's objective truth. Because why? We don't live where you think we live, for the most part. That's why flat Earth is such a pivotal juncture, and especially in terms of the things I talk about. When I early doors understood that, well, it's all theater. It's all theater. We live in a construct. So we live our lives, we do what we do, but the greater story, our story, is told through all of these sort of informative outlets that we come across in our, what are you going to call it, a search. Before the internet, you might have been the type of personality who went to the library and read frequently and often. I was. I brought my Steve to the library many, many times. When other parents were reading and funny enough, everything flipping. When other parents were reading their children nursery rhymes, or what do you call it, Alice in Wonderland or equivalent, children's stories, I was reading my Steve. You can't be what, 2 or 3, that sort of time. I was reading my Steve, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Would you believe that? And I think we made our way through all of the books, the whole series of books. And I understand why now. But I also understand how significant Alice in Wonderland is. And it has been an absolute, massively significant book in my life, even though I'm not very studious and I haven't delved so deeply into it. But yeah, it's one of those things. It's what you relate to, and what I talk about, and the connections I make, or the threads that I make, they are there. But you might be able to tune into them because you haven't read the book, you haven't put your attention that way. But because they're just clues to the greater theme, then you will find similar clues in any of the outlets you choose to spend your time engaging in. It doesn't matter what it is. That's the way I look at it. Everything is ultimately a symbol. Everything is ultimately a symbol there for the decoding. And the truth is written from, well, the very outset. Many times have I mentioned before, Rockabye Baby. The children aren't lied to except by the stupid parents. And who are the parents lied to? By their parent, etc., etc. But it's not a bad lie. It's just, well, lie is in life. Lies in life. It's only by, well, this is what it means to be born again, isn't it? Born again. To come to understand that it's all a lie. What we deem to be true, who we put our trust in, all of the different establishments, agencies, they're playing a deceptive role, I'm afraid, but it's not hopeless. It's not hopeless. It's there for the purposes of contrast. I reckon when you have eternity, life has to be about something. It's 70 or 100 short years, whatever, it has to be about something. And yet, for the longest of times, for me, life is a construct. We are ventured here into, well, more recently, come to these conclusions, we're ventured into division. Simple as that. My female counterpart is missing. When the top half of the earth is missing, we live on the stump of the tree of life, and one reflects the other. The material reflects the immaterial divide. So yeah, it's the best way of putting it. It's the great game of life. It's the great game of life, and yeah, if you have questions to ask, well, ask them, but you have to ask them from a heart, from a true heart. Otherwise, well, you're kidding yourself. Um, yeah, to be or not to be, that is the question. The quest I am on is not so interesting. To be or not to be, that is the quest I am on. What do you get when you connect a reverse capital B with a forward facing capital B? Actually, that's it. Yeah, you don't need to write anything down. In your mind, just imagine a capital B and a reverse capital B. What do you see? Say what you see. Do you remember I said earlier on, I clarified, that when I said, hey, all the capital letters of the 26 letter alphabet, English alphabet, revolve, not earlier on, I said it last week, whatever, last time, and I mentioned it again tonight, but I revised it back to I know. I knew that already, but if you think about yeah, the H and the O and all other letters, well, tell me a letter that's an exception to the rule. When you connect a B and a reverse B, can you see the 1 and the 8? Now you're going to say to me, well, Pete, you said everything reverses back to the H and the O. Funny enough, H is the 8 letter, but 8 itself is what? A twisted zero. Take out an elastic band from your fridge magnet. First of all, you don't need an elastic band to connect your fridge magnet to your fridge. Anyway, yeah, the magnet does it itself, but yeah, just take out your elastic band and twist it once. What do you get? You have turning a zero into an 8. So yeah, to be or not to be, that is the quest quest I am on, question. So it goes back to me saying to you to define the question. What question are you looking to have solved? And it's like what I just said as well. It's like asking for a sign. I don't want to ask for a sign. It's not that I don't actually. I talk to this guy. Not that I talk to this guy. I talk to whoever I talk to. In vague sense. It's like when I talk to the birds. I sort of whistle. Someone whistle back, but I don't know what they're saying. But I sort of keep whistling as if we're involved in the conversation. It's a bit difficult to explain because I'm not fooling them. I'm genuine to them. But I sort of interpret their answer as a sort of a follow-on from my answer from my questioning, I guess, or my statement via my own whistling. It's a bit strange, but I do the sort of same thing to this guy, and yeah, decide the question. Decide the question. I've stopped looking for signs years ago because this stage, I don't know what to do anymore. Funny enough, I knew somewhere along the line, waiting for me I was 10 days tribulation. I say I went through 8 days of tribulation. I'm going, fucking hell. I kind of sort of knew something like that was coming. Honestly, I had a feeling I was going to end up in prison for something. Just thought about it in terms of that, and lo and behold, I did end up in prison. But I did fuck all. I did nothing. I don't harm. I'm not a lawbreaker. I told you many times about my car. I'm a living man. I have the right. It's a natural freedom. To give it our words, for the living man in the land to travel freely. When you register your car, all via trickery, we register it as a what do you call it? A commercial utility. So in other words, it's being used for commercial purposes to profit, to make profit. So i.e. you register your car if you're going to be a taxi driver, a limousine, a carrier, something like that. And then you need a license to do that because you're stepping outside of your own Okay, am I back? Am I back? I think I'm back. I might be back. Yeah, I'm back. Let me just check on YouTube. I don't know what happened there. Luckily, I didn't have to start a new stream anyway, because I know I can waffle, honestly. Imagine me stuck in a pub with me. Actually, I don't say that. Don't imagine that, because that would be a good thing. Okay. Yeah, I think we're back again. Let me just refresh that. Okay, I think IPS would love this. Started streaming 113 minutes ago, man. 113. The date of what was it, Fukushima? The date that the Corona pandemic was announced, or sort of glued to in America. Was it Seattle? Was patient zero? Anyway, if you're not following the clues, well, you're not following the clues. You're doing your own thing. If you see that there's a greater story being laid out, well, then you have to follow the clues. Well, how do you follow it? You ask the questions. We're constantly being almost forced to ask the pertinent question. Constantly, with all of the fucking farce that's going on as well, especially. For me, it's just everything is farce. Everything is, honestly, the only real encounters are the people you meet on your day to day basis. So some good encounters, some bad encounters. I had both today, and not too bad in any sense. But one guy, just as I was busking, he just comes over, gives us a fag, yeah. Normally I would, but I don't have to give you a fag. And I'm going, no, man, no, you're all right. He said, what? He's like surprised that I said, no, you're all right. He said, what? I said, no. That was it then. Cunt. I heard the word cunt mentioned. I'm going, what do you mean? If I saw you with a can of beer or with two chicks on your arm, give us a chick, will you? Give you no. But no, that was when that's what I mean when I say bad encounters. It wasn't too bad. And I'm not mean or anything like that, but it was just the way he sort of approached it as if, as if it's sort of expected of you. But yeah, some wonderful encounters as well, especially the children go by. It's such a strange sight for them to see this handsome guy here with guitar, harmonica, and well, if I don't do anything else, I sing with passion anyway. And I don't care too much about the money. How much did I make today? I actually don't know how much I make today. Definitely less than €10, which is okay as well. But it was, if you're in Limerick today or in Ireland, geez, it was flogging rain. It was pissing down. Yeah, it was pissing down. But once again, I'm not afraid of the rain. I walked into town and got drenched. And yeah, it's okay. Yeah, because there's great healing properties in the rain. Oh, 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 something just occurred to me. Something occurred to me. Oh, 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 the monkey given. Oh, 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 the monkey given. Okay. Okay, friends. Okay, friends, it's time to get serious. Okay, it's time to get serious. Many times have I said, I'm going to play a song as well. Many times have I said that some of my finds are fantastic. My Milky Way on the Moon find killed all of astrophysics. Stone dead. I debunked Einstein so many times, coming to understand that, well, yeah, it's all theatrical. So everything is a sort of a clue piece placed on the board. So the ooh ooh moment at the window, which is what I'm going to go through now for the basics, but am I ahead of my time? I could be. I could be. But it depends on what you define time as. We're all getting back to the future. We're all remembering what was purposely forgotten. Don't fool yourself. Don't fool yourself into thinking you're anything but something miraculous indeed. And if you say you're not, if you have children, those children didn't arrive without you, and if you tell me that those children that you had aren't miraculous indeed, well then, you have no business around me. No business around me. So in that sense, don't be denying yourself. Don't be denying yourself. And the pathway was always laid bare for us. We always had the option to follow it, depending on which questions we were either led into considering, led into asking, or decided to ask ourselves. So let me start by saying that, yeah, we only have the internet here 20 years, where you don't have to rely on anyone. Every time you go into a library, I mentioned going to a library, you go into a library and you know, at the time, you're of a different mind, but now I know that, well, every book that's published has to have been given the go-ahead. It's okay to publish it. And if it is too close to any sort of truth, or as too controversial that the people can't handle, or the people are not meant to be exposed to right now, well, it won't be published. Now, this is the difference, and the ultimate, what would you call it, distinction that the internet has made, right? And now you can do your best research, right, without leaving your Wi-Fi zone, or what, you know what I mean. And well, it's up to you yourself. The onus is back on you yourself now to follow the clues, the pathways, follow the questions. Because one question will always lead not just to one other question, to 10 questions, until ultimately all questions will lead back to, well, perhaps one answer. I say that that's hardwired into our experience here, that we were always meant to come back to the truth of our being. When we mention the basic questions, the childlike questions, who, the what, the where, the when, the why, I am, well, how have you come to deal with them as an adult? If I ask you all those questions, or if you ask them of yourself, how well would you be able to answer them? If you say, I can't answer them too well, never spend too much time thinking about them, it doesn't matter too much, well, fair enough. You've decided what your life purpose is, what you are what about. So at least you have something there. One of those aspects to answer, which is that nothing means anything. That's the way I always think, in a heliocentric mindset, in a spinning ball Earth, infinite universe mindset, multiple multiverses now at this stage. Well, it doesn't matter. Anything you think, say, do, it's all fucking irrelevant and lost in the ripples of time. Well, yeah, imagine that wasn't true. I held that deep to my heart, my friends, I did. That was absolutely true. And, well, my way of coping with it was not just deciding in a mental thing, just feel it. One thing that brings us all true, and especially my child, bringing a child into this. I would have loved, who knows, I would have loved 5 children. That was my dream, just 5, I would love 5 children. But, yeah, to bring a loved one into this torment, I wouldn't want to. Not that I'm how can you say that I'm glad I have one child? And it's not that way, but you know what I mean. But it is well, what are you going to call it? It's a fucking experience anyway, isn't it? Life is an experience. But this is what I'm saying. Going beyond our personal sort of feelings, thoughts, and notions, we've been given the internet, we've been given the ability to sort of further research. All iPhones now, or Androids, whatever, I don't use this much because you see the tuners on there. It's pretty much the only thing I use it for, calls and texts occasionally. But yeah, there's no bluffers anymore. Yeah, as I mentioned last time, what's the capital of? I do well now to remember the example I gave last time. Timbuktu. What's the capital of Hualabula land? You know. Oh, well, where's that? That's some just exotic place off the southwest coast of New Guinea, somewhere. All of 20 years ago. Okay, bud, you seem like you pronounce the word well, and you seem like you know what you're talking about. So I'm going to go with you with that. But now, just whip out your phone. Yeah, fuck off, you fuck off. Yeah, you bluffer. No bluffers allowed. But yeah, there are plenty of bluffers to be found within this arena, within the truth. It's a movement, but it's not. It's more like it's a business opportunity. That's what it is. It's a business. Look how many people have been. Who's this guy, Mr. Beast, as well on YouTube? These videos come up often. I don't watch television at all. I only watch vague things. I've been watching slot machines a bit, but I don't stick down as much. I don't read books for the most part anymore. I haven't done in years. And I even said it to someone today, actually. I reckon a guy called Frank, who works in the church, he works in the main church on Limerick Street. Is it Dominicans or just across from the centre there on O'Connell Street? And he works there full time, so he's all about this. So he's interested in some of the stuff I have to say. I was talking about the Gospel of Thomas, how he said, but he stopped me mid song actually, which I didn't like. I didn't even like myself for stopping mid song, and I sort of said it to him. But anyway, he had to catch a bus. But yeah, it's a different story there. The churches closed down during Corona. I say that the churches have been taken back, right? Taken back to by their true owner, their true father. God has taken back his home. The church, every church you go into represents you in a big sense. This is all about you being God. If you don't like that notion, it's you being a spark of God, a spark of the Creator. But well, who's God's wife? Can you tell me that? Why is God? If you say God doesn't have a wife, why is God a he? If God is a he, does God have a Mickey? Excuse me, God. I didn't mean to bring these things into it. I shouldn't be looking there. I shouldn't be looking there either. Excuse me, God. I think God is beneath. I think everything is reversed. So as we go upwards, we don't meet the infinite space now, where the rockets go no, we meet waters beyond. So it's actually cold, and it's it's the opposite to what we understand hell to be, right? When hell freezes over. But yeah, you know what I mean. So even in terms of the words we use, God is always a he. Well, why is God a he? You have to ask yourself that. And it's not because of the reasons you might think. It's not because it's the H and the E, right? Can you see how so if you look at the letter H and E, you would see that E is related to the H as opposed to the O, right? So you got to see how you can make an E from the H. Ultimately, yeah, you're sort of corralled. You're corralled into thinking in these terms, and this is the power of the word. In the beginning was the word, because the minute I say he and God, the two together, you're automatically going to think of a male-like creature with hanging testicles and penis. What else can you think of? Now, if that's the case, where's God's wife? Because a hanging testicle, I don't like to. It's like I'm joking here, because no disrespect to God and these hanging testicles and penis. Because I know that's not the case. But where's God's wife then? Because the hanging testicles and penis never do okay by their own. They're not satisfied in that position. It's an unnatural position. Maybe God will send me to the devil for that one. I doubt it, though. I doubt it. But what I'm trying to get at is the power of the words. And when we look at words as seemingly simple as he, we have to ask ourselves, why is this greatest of symbols? And that's what the word is. That's what God is. It's a symbol. The thought, the letters used. Why is this greatest of symbols represented by the three letters G, O, and D? Um, that was very interesting actually. When I just said, so how am I going to reduce God to two I and O letters? I think it's quite easy if you think about the construction of the capital letter G. Look at the Google G. It's in your face all the time. And the O itself speaks for itself, and the D itself is very interesting. So we have the half a circle, the half of the O, and the I. Isn't that very interesting? But yeah, that would be the question for yourself. And then when we think of, well, he as well, why is he? Why is God he? And it's not in terms of this male female understanding, I guess, that we've been brought up with. Although it is and it isn't. But when we think of the letter or the word she, then SHE. Actually, that's fucking funny enough as well, isn't it? My family name, or their family name. My mother's family name is Hayes, Hayes. My father's family name is Sheehan, so Sheehan. Yeah. When we think of the S preceding the H, what might that mean? Well, Adam was a he. Eve was torn from Adam to give us the she. We are all born into sin, and it doesn't mean what you think it does. It doesn't mean what you think it does, because your child, especially for women who carried and delivered, if you want to use those terms, the terms that they use, the commercial terms, delivered the miracle. Yeah. Well, yeah, I'm not going to get too diverted off, but yeah, this is an intimate part of, well, the creative process and your role to play within the creative process. And it's Eve been torn from Adam and he becoming she. This is what the S is about. So we're all born into sin. As that delivering mother, you, our father, come on. That child is sinless. That child is, and the church said it, the bastard churches and all the abusing churches said it for years that, oh, you're all born into sin. You must all bow down to us. No, there's something different going on. The church is the church of you. When you go into that church, it's like you're entering the body. And, I should expand upon this. I'm better at conversations where I can elaborate upon this because not too many people are going to be, not that you're not going to be interested, but not that you're not going to be interested, but yeah, I've spoken about it before. When you walk into the church, you're entering your body. You're entering your body. So see how the layout of your church equates to your own body. But yeah, the church talking about everyone born into sin, and then being the biggest sin. A lot of it's theatre as well. Them being a lot of, actually in Ireland here, the Tune Baby scandal, I believe, is a big hoax. It's a big hoax to put the church in a massively bad light. And it's the same with the funding for shows like Father Ted. All of these times were predicted. And it's okay for me. Well, for me, God is great. The Creator has taken back His homes in the church. But yeah, we're all born into sin. So it's not what we think it means, because a child is sinless. But if by the very nature of our existence here in life it has us in sin, what more can be gleaned from that? Well, the letters S and N, S-I-N. Let's read the words, right, as presented. Let's read them properly, like children, S-I-N. So I am S and N. Okay. Well, consider the word ever, consider the word sever in relation to ever, and consider the word never. Right? You see? This divided state again. This divided state from everness or eternity. When you look at the S, and my mother's itching now. My mother's itching now to put on the alarm just when I'm about to have a smoke. Yeah, cough away. There's burglars all around, lads. There's burglars everywhere. They're eyeing the place outside. No one's ever approached in the last 20, 40 years or whatever. No one's ever tried to burgle the place, but they're eyeing there's eyes everywhere looking to break in, that the alarms have to go on. So, time's it now? It's just 12 o'clock actually. We'll roll it. So, brilliant. So just as I was talking about I and O and every letter formulated on H and O, H, I, and O, right? Let's put it like that. S and N. See how you make an N from a capital H. See how you make an S from an O. Right? First of all, you twist the O once, and then you divide it in two to get the SS. This is telling you about your own state of being. And remember, in case you think I'm crazy, your left brain is said to control your right side. Your left brain controls your right eye, and vice versa. So, this is not just all mental exercise. This is all applicable to your state of being. Ay, 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 Right, off you go, Mom. No, off you go. It's closed. It's closed. I pity anyone who has to put up with me, honestly. I'm not in a bad way, though. I'm not in a bad way. Well, what I was going to say is, yeah. Well, let me let me be absolutely clear about it. For myself, for you who's listening, let me be absolutely clear. Okay. Yeah. You know those miracles? You know those miracles that you held in your hand and you had a part to play in their, if you want to call it creation in inverted commas, they're bringing into this existence, this travail we call life. Um, what's good enough for them? What's good enough for them? The truth. Everyone will say the truth. If you say the truth is not good enough for this wonderful, beautiful miracle, well, you'll be shunned. If you think it, right, you still won't even say it because you know it's not. It's not, what do you call it? The problem is, do you live it? Do you live it? Is that the way you have treated your own miracles? Is that the way you treat the miracles of others? That only the truth is good enough. And if you know the truth, that, you know, it has to prevail, obviously in a sensitive fashion. When it comes to stuff like Santa Claus and traditions and cultures, you have to be careful. You have to be careful, but you have to at the same time be true to yourself and, well, you know, your own miracle. And that's the way I've always looked at it. You know, I'm speaking to myself here. How many years have I been here ultimately speaking to myself? If I'm lying to anyone, I'm lying. Well, fuck me. I'm not even lying to me. I'm lying to my Steve. I haven't seen my beautiful, most gorgeous Steve in 6 years. Last time I saw him, he was a 12-year-old boy. Next time I see him, he's 19 years of age today. 19 years of age. And I remember, of course, I remember next time I see him, this time he's a man. He's a man. And the way I've always dealt with my love, if I ever am blessed enough to reconnect with him, when all of this fades, well, I will continue on in the same manner, knowing exactly what I just expressed there, that my son is a miracle and there's nothing good enough for him but the truth. It get you into trouble. It get you into trouble, of course it does. But yeah, I won't sway from that. You can torture me all you like. You can do what you like to me. They lock me up in prison just to try to get my name. Imagine they tried to get me to wrong my Steve. Yeah, you, you have no chance. You have no chance. So this has been my ultimate quest here, I would say, to figure out what the fuck is going on. What's the truth? How can I pass on the truth if I don't even know the fucking truth? The truth now, as Steve would say to me, well, Dad, the last time I saw you, you told me that the Earth was a spin. No, I didn't. Well, that's not true. Actually, the last time I saw Steve, he knows. He knows that I'm a flat earther, and I hope by now he knows the Earth is flat. Although I hear he's studying physics, which is, can you imagine the conversations we'd have? Can you imagine the music myself and the song we'd make? I can't even imagine. Can you imagine the first drink? Again, well, can you imagine the first hug? Can you imagine eternity? Because that's how long the hug would last. So ultimately, before I get into um, what I've been into before, but I'll go through it specifically now, and I'll check myself and show you how significant this all is in this greater communal, collective story that is being told through pretty much every medium possible. The threads I've connected connect centuries, not to mind, trivial, inverted commas, personalities like Michael Jackson or Elvis or JFK, not to mind that. These connect centuries and all, well, I'm not going to say it, all of the greatest characters in history. So let me ask you a question before I do get into it. I'm going to sing a song next, and before I do get into this, I'm looking at myself. Actually, can you see what? Yeah, let me show. If I share my screen, and just show you what I'm looking at. Yeah, okay. If I share my entire screen and show you what I'm looking at, this is what's throwing me off. Looking at myself. Look. Okay, let's see how far that goes back. That's interesting now. Hang on. Oh. Hang on. No, oh, hang on. Stop sharing. Hang on. Oh no, hang on. Share screen. Share screen. Share audio. I don't need to share audio. I just want to share the screen. Just to show you what I'm looking at. Okay. Oh, you can okay, you're not getting the full version of it now. But if you look at the screen, hang on. Then we go up to YouTube. I'm looking at StreamYard. It's a few minutes behind, I think. Oh yeah, you can sort of get a glimpse of it. And this is a good representation of infinity in a sense. If you look at me there, I'm on the left, and then you look at the screen, then I'm still on the left, and then you look at the screen within the screen, I'm on the left, and you know that intrinsically it goes all the way back. Oh no, I'm after, oh hang on, I'm sharing my full screen, so I'm after going to YouTube there. So you're actually looking at YouTube. I need to go back to StreamYard. Okay. But you get the idea, right? So there's a sort of infinite regression here in one direction, though, which doesn't make it infinite, right? Infinite has to encompass every direction. So what about the forward direction? So that's half infinite if it's anything. But half infinite has to be the same as infinite, right? It has to be the same as twice infinite. Because why? You haven't defined infinite. This is where it gets simple. And if my beautiful son is listening, Steve, what am I supposed to say? Of course, all of this sort of stuff will come across totally differently face to face on a continual, regular basis. But yeah, wow, what am I going to say? The basics. If I studied physics in University of Limerick, I have the, okay, listen to this. Anyone who's been to any establishment, college associated with the University of Limerick. Apparently, they're buying up fucking everything now. The hospital acquired, which was the maternity where my Steve was born, is now the University of Limerick maternity. The hospital outside Limerick, in the regional hospital, is the University Hospital. The fucking local shop, which used to be called Pamax, is now called the University of Limerick shop. No, it isn't. That's not true. Because Pamax shop is well gone. A local Iceland or Tesco or something like that took its place. But yeah, the University Limerick taking up. Where was I on that now? Oh yeah, in terms of Right, what we're looking at, what we're trying to figure out, what we're trying to sort of wrap our brains around. No, hang on. I think this might work better if I remove this screen. And then you'll just be seeing me in infinity. No, no, it didn't work because I had to stream. Oh, hang on. If I went full screen, let me hang on now. I have to. Let me ponder. Now I'm fucking confused myself. That's not what I'm looking at, though. So I want you to see. Okay, there's no hurry here. Take it easy. I'm not going anywhere for the next while. Okay, let me. So this is very interesting as well, just for myself. Because I'm not at the end of the puzzle. I'm saying I'm close. I'm close to the end of the greater puzzle of life, the universe, and everything. And at the very end, and which actually reminds me of the ooh ah moment there. Oh, no way. No way. The 2015 magazine Economist cover was about Alice in Wonderland. The 2018 cover is about Alice Through the Looking Glass. The 2021 cover is, friends, I'm afraid to even say it. Could it be possible? Could it be possible? I think it could be. The discarded chapter from Alice in Wonderland, which was never discarded at all, which is The Wasp in the Wig, which brings me back to fucking 4 years ago, and almost the very reason I came into this research in the first place. Not this research into YouTube, which is not. There's a different brilliant story. I could write about 5 books on Aristarchus and the Dodo alone, not to mind any of my other experiences here, which are brilliant. All of the main antagonists know who I am. And there are people who have been put in place by the system itself. Nathan Oakley is just as big, if not a bigger actor, than Neil Armstrong. The biggest actor on the stage at this moment, I would say, which would put him at the biggest, the most pinnacle position on Earth, in terms of the most significant man on Earth. And I asked my mother earlier on, why is Einstein the most significant man on Earth in history for you? And she couldn't answer. She couldn't answer. Now, I don't blame her for not answering. I got caught up in that as well years ago, and I wouldn't have been able to answer. I would have waffled on about the twin paradox or his relativity, as best I understand it, his theory of relativity. You know, I don't know, proving a consistent universe according to a model laid out. But you know, I wouldn't have been able to expand beyond that. Whenever I read any of the literature in the day, I always got to a certain point, and I followed it to a certain point, and then I sort of lost it. But I continued on, trying to grasp what I could, understanding that look, I'm dealing with giant minds here. So now I fucking see through it. Now, do you know what the giantest mind is that I can tell at this minute? Where is it? Well, around, let me think. Well, I didn't have to think. I know the answer. It's Molly, little gorgeous Molly across the road, and she's 4 years of age. She lives in the house across the road with her brother Riley and her mom Lorraine and Paul, her dad. That's the giantest of minds, you know, and compared to who? Well, first of all, where's all the female minds? Where's all the female minds? You have all of these male-orientated minds, which is the he as well, isn't it? Which brings us back to God, and well, it could bring us back to Lord God as well in terms of the Bible. If the Bible is written as a clue for you, my dear, because all there is you. And remember, well, we've been given this facility. So one thing you can't stop doing really is thinking. You know, the brain ticking over. Yeah, we've been given this facility. So if you choose to ask the questions, if you're tired of it, if you're tired of trying to work it out, if you're tired of the falsity, if you're tired of, well, what? Of what you're tired of. Yeah. Think about the next question you're going to ask yourself. And he said it to someone the other day. I had money in the past. To make money now, I don't think it would. I even said it to my mother this evening. I said it to her, Mom. If and I've said it to her loads of times before, and it wouldn't have been about money. I just think it would be easy to do because my mother loves music. Just for me and her to sit down and write a song, record it, let it out there. That'd be it. I guarantee her that. She doesn't think so because, well, she's not. Sure, she's not special. That's what she thinks. Look, an artist something special. We're all something special. You know, you can do anything. It's the mind, though, that sets the limitations. But what influences the mind? How do you know what you know? How do you know what you know is so? Because if it's not so, it's one thing to be on your own all your life. If it's not so, then you only have yourself to kick. But if what you've decided to be so has influenced the lives of others, of loved ones, etc., has fashioned destinies in a sense, that's what we have to be accountable for, I think. Really, I really do. I have 180 shows here. Or I don't know, it's probably more than that now. I have to have lied. I have to have not lied. No, I wouldn't. Don't imagine myself lying deliberately, but I have to have sort of concealed stuff, not said certain things, which might have altered. That didn't work about infinity. Well, it did actually. It was good. It was good indicator. There's a suitcase in case you don't believe me. I'm not going to smoke into it again. I'm not a fucking idiot. I paid for it the last time. Tell me this, Steve. Tell me this. How good are you at physics? When I smoke into a case and smoke rises, and I don't conceal the smoke in a necessary way inside the container, which way is it going to go? It's going to go up, right? It's going to go up. But the question is, how far does it go up, and why does it go up? I have a different answer to that, and I can't show you what I'm looking at. That's what I'm saying. I'm thrown off by looking at myself, so I'm actually talking to myself. And as I look at the number, who's watching is one person watching. So I'm talking to one other person. How you doing? Whoever you are, you'll be glad you stayed tuned. Right? Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. It's, what is it? It's 0023 here on a Thursday night. Oh, it's not 23. What am I talking about? It's actually 0024, just turned it. So 24 minutes past midnight on a Thursday night, the 3rd of June. 2021. Right. So let me speak to that one person who's listening specifically, but everyone in general. Only the truth is good enough for not just our miracle offspring, us ourselves. Once you come to find out that your reality, your existence, is nothing like it said on the tin, well, then you can move along. Then you can ask sort of specific, certain questions to yourself and come by the answers, because the answers are pretty much everywhere. This material reality reflects divided state that it's in, reflects our immaterial selves and our division. We are male torn from female, self from self, in a spiraling fashion down the spine. We have wings. So what do we do about that? Ultimately, I think we have a soulmate. There's a soulmate, an opposition, a counterpart that is out there for you, not for you. What would you say? Let me think. Let me think about my words. It's a part of you. It's the other half of you, without which you can't function now. Um, I don't belittle anybody of any race, creed, color, religion, um, sexual preference, gender, etc. Animals, I love all animals. All animals I love. I try not to hurt. If I killed, what's the last thing I killed? Just something. I was very sad when I killed a cat one night driving by Mary I College in Limerick. Uh, Actually, yeah. Well, what could you do? I mean, it just the cat came out of nowhere. As far as I remember, and it just I hit it, and I knew it was injured, and I saw it sort of crawling off. So I stopped the car and just went around a quiet area. And by the time I got around the corner, it was either very close to dead, or dead itself. And I was pretty upset about that. Tears, sort of upset. I didn't really kill him. I didn't hurt anybody. I also killed a bird as I was driving to my sister's wedding in 2015. I killed a bird in France as I was driving back home to get the ferry back to Ireland after coming back from Italy. And I drove up through from northern Italy up through Germany, up through Belgium, France. Belgium was gorgeous. Belgium was fantastic. France and Belgium were fantastic countries. It's just a real homely feeling to it. And it wasn't just, I mean, I don't speak many languages. I speak Irish. When I say I speak it with sufficient, not just practice or whatever, you definitely have a good conversation in Irish. Speak English, obviously, and French as well. But those two languages are French-speaking countries, or those two countries but yeah, it wasn't just that. It was just more general. It was an air to the places, you know. But as I was driving up, yeah, towards the what was it, northwest France. Driving along, I killed a bird. I don't mean to laugh. I'm laughing at what comes next, right? So as I was driving along, I don't know what type of bird it was. It was, and I stopped the car, and walked back. I pulled into the side, walked back along the road, and there was a woman in the garden across the way, and she was looking. I didn't know what she was thinking, and I was sort of upset as well, and I sort of felt an obligation to explain myself to her. So the reason I was stopping was just to pick up the bird and, just put it in a restful place by the side of the road or something, respectful place. And I remember I was trying to explain everything to the woman whilst being upset as well. And I ended up saying, I can remember the term, je tue un oiseau. Je tue un oiseau. That's I was trying. Honestly, I was sort of like I was trying to translate how will I say this in French, and I don't want to have to say this, but here I am in the middle of nowhere, outside across from this woman's house, and she's looking at me. I don't mean in a bad way. She's looking at me. Keep as easy. Who are you? Who are you? And so, and I'm upset about killing the bird. So my emotions are so. Je tue un oiseau. Sounds stupid now, doesn't it? That's what I said. Je tue un oiseau. I didn't know how to say I'm going to sort of bury it in a kindly place and hopefully make up some sort of remembrance song in the future. I didn't know how to say that in French. I probably could I probably could come to terms with that, but no, I wasn't thinking along those lines. But outside of that, yeah, I don't like, harming anything. All life is precious. Everything has its purpose, and in a sense, and I know it's not. I know it's designed this way, right? We are the most helpless of all creatures. Name another creature that is as helpless as we are, seemingly. Every creature is excellent at what they do because they've been designed that way. We, on the other hand, well, we, we stand out from other creatures. We stand out from other creatures for a reason. Hey, my friends, I get serious. I don't mind getting serious at any point, but I was an atheist out and out. Out and out. I was a science man. I was a determinist. Everything could be determined with sufficient information. And yeah, why not? I was told all my life, how are you so smart? I wasn't told that. And I wasn't told that, but growing up around here, I was in the top classes in school. I went to university, and I didn't give a fuck, man. I didn't give a fuck. Actually, it brings me back. That's why I mentioned the university earlier on. It's not that I didn't give a fuck, but I mean, it is what it is. Actually, I have a claim to fame, and actually, I might be looking. I might be looking for some help soon, perhaps, depending on how things go. Maybe anyone with some keyboard skills, potential songwriting skills, or at least improvisation skills might be interesting. So I have a few claims to fame. I have actually lots of claims to fame, if you're going to put it in that way. One of them is, when I was in JFK Memorial School, funny enough, JFK as well. Honestly, this is all Limerick sort of layout here and establishments, but that's just my past. I went to JFK Memorial School, and who used to come in and sit next to me? I think it was about fourth class, fifth class, maybe fifth and sixth class. So some of the time he was there, but none other than Noel Hogan. And those were the days when Noel Hogan from the Cranberries. So those were the days when you had the double desks as well. So you sit beside somebody, and you might be moved around. And then the way they did it anyway, the way that the teacher did, I remember his name, Mr. Flaherty. He went on later to become not prime minister, prime minister. What about that? Prime minister. Tesla's Starlink, Tesla's Starman, Tesla's Roadstar, Elon Musk. Elon Musk is Seth MacFarlane, and he was listening. I'm going up to 95% now. Elon Musk is Seth MacFarlane. So Elon Musk doesn't exist, and from his very origin, from his very emergence, he emerged from the man we would all recognize as Seth MacFarlane. He just goes into the Hollywood studio and puts on the business guys and just fucking plays the role of a bland, unimaginative character that Elon Musk is. What, the wealthiest man in the world? I'd buy Elon Musk. Come on here, I'd fucking buy and sell him. And not to mind Elon Musk, no one can handle the Dodo here, Piche. You might think I'm fucking stupid or crazy. I don't give a fuck. That doesn't matter. The people who know though. And I'm talking about, remember I mentioned Nathan Oakley and, the people put in place on the flat earth side, being equivalent in terms of personality-wise with Buzz Aldrin, Elon Musk, Einstein, Michikaku, Neil deGrasse Tyson, Quantum Eraser, etc. They're all on equivalent level. Don't separate any of those guys. Who is the chief actor at this stage? I have my name. I have a name for him. And I'm on his Discord, actually. And that's Tim Osman. The most significant character in the world, in the English-speaking world anyway, at this stage, at this time, is Tim Osman. I loved him. What a great mind that man is. What a great mind. And he has just recently released his book called The Metascript Decoded. Not for everyone, but I should think it's for everyone. Necessary reading. I don't listen to many things on the internet. Let me show you all the tabs. I won't show all the tabs I've opened. But it's just a random connection. Anything that occurs, I'll just have a look at, or I'll make a note to look at. But I don't spend much time in it. But I'll tell you why. Because I'm not out to produce a product. I'm not out to sell anything to anybody. I'm the one player here. I'm the man, the father of the child who's trying to find out the truth. Right? I'm trying to come to terms with it. And everything has to be for something. If love wins the day, love wins the day. That's the way it's written. And there's no room for lies in love, although my love begins with an L because love is divided as well. So that's a different matter. The letter L is very significant. And God, the Christian God, is the same as Jewish God. The two letters designated to represent this most senior, significant of encapsulations. E-L-L. Just, not E-L-L, E-L. Pause. They're the two letters, and then I'll just spell it. L. E-L. I'm after fucking confusing it now again. Now, you might ask why I'm laughing. Because what's this all about? Only when you can come to realize where you are, can you come to realize who you are. And this leads nicely into the Dodo. The Dodo represents where we are and also represents who we are. If you look at the letters that compose Dodo, D-O, D-O, what is that? In Irish, it's two, two. The animals went in two by two, hurrah. So, you got to forego all of science. This is why this is so significant. You got to forego everything you deem to be true. All of the aficionados you put your trust and faith in, you've got to forego them to listen to Piche. Piche is nothing special. Well, actually, Piche is infinitely special. Has to be, not from myself, but just the very nature that I had something to do with the creation of Stephen, who is, well, what? Infinitely special, indescribably, indeterminably special. So there has to be some little bit of specialness in me, in us all, of course. And that's why we're all miracles. But when it comes to the stuff that I say, there's no one else talking about this stuff. At this stage, it's almost worldwide. It is worldwide. That's not, I don't put on any pretenses, any airs or graces or anything like that. I have solved some great mysteries which wrap up a whole lot of puzzles. The Paul/Paul McCartney puzzle, for one, which is otherwise massive. Look at all the work that has been written. Look at all of the effort that has been put into first of all, dealing with that particular conspiracy, whether Paul/fall of the McCarthy's was switched around or not. But, well, not to mind coming to terms with the greater story that is actually told or that is actually unraveled. Well, via, first of all, coming, here we go, to understand, I wouldn't say where we are, more so where we're not, which is, well, on a spinning ball. If you've been to Australia and you flew from Ireland, I was actually saying to someone today, I mean, I don't mean to blow people's minds. I don't mean to do that, but I have a sort of a way of just proposing questions on a very simple level, and it's sort of hitting home to people. And one of the questions I asked a guy called Ross Joyce actually today, which was just as I was walking home, and met him. He was a neighbor. He's actually across the way, or he was, and he's home home. So one of the questions I asked him was, and I knew he worked with his hands as well, and he was talking about how one of his children loved school and the other one hated it. And I would have had my Steve out of school at 10 years of age. Every time I used to go and collect him about how'd you get on the slave farm. Today I realized that that's what it was. Which reminds me, let me, before I sing the song, let me clarify, or not let me clarify, let me wrap up why I mentioned the university earlier on. I have, I can't see how it can be beaten. I have the, I guess, dubious, extraordinary claim that of all graduates ever from any university of Limerick, establishment itself, or, you know, maybe I think everyone is probably connected with the university in Limerick some way now. Yeah, I have extraordinary, I'm talking about sort of secondary colleges or whatever, extraordinary claim to fame. And I mentioned I have a few claim to fames. One of my claim to fames, anyone who's in Ireland, one of my claim to fames was that I opened up the, again, I forgot to finish the other claim to fame, which was the Noel Hogan. Oh, fuck yourself. Oh, man. This is why I spend 8 hours on Hangouts, because I never get to a point. I piss everyone off because moment by moment I'm interesting enough, but I never get to a point. But I try to bring it back to a point. So the one claim to fame was, what should I bring up first here? So because I mentioned it, well, about 20 years ago, I opened up the Joe Duffy Show here, which is primetime radio, and yeah, I had a story about trying to be a good Samaritan and how it turned bad. I ran into foulness, not regarding the criminals themselves, the people who were beating the shit out of you, but the cops, the cowardly cops, that's what I would call them, and just the court system itself. So I opened up the Joe Duffy Show with my story. I was the opening good Samaritan turned bad, and I was talking directly to Joe, and who is a prick, by the way. Well, he's not a prick. They're probably all nice guys. He's definitely a Mason. He's playing his part. He's, he's plummossing. He's plummossing. I would never get on there again. Although if I got on there, not that I'm trying to or anything, but if I get on there, I'd have the story I have this time about my incarceration in prison. That beats the other story 20 times over. And the other story, well, last time I looked, which was years ago, but it was the longest running theme in the history of the show. And that show has been running for whatever, 10, 20, 30 years. You know, it's a primetime afternoon show. And well, that theme was when you try to do the right thing, you try to be a good Samaritan, help someone in need, and it turns sour on you. And then lots of other people came in and told their stories. And it just went on, the show went on for weeks. Not that I paid attention, because I didn't really listen to the show, but I just used that as an outlet to tell the story. And it went on for weeks on end. And apparently up to that time anyway, and beyond that, it was the longest running theme for a show in history. The other claim to fame, well, Noel Hogan used sitting outside me. Remember, I was getting back to it in JFK school. So Noel Hogan now, he's part of the Cranberries, and he used to come in every morning. Not every morning. We usually walk home. I think we're related. Maybe not related in some way, but we were sort of working that out at the time, whether we were related or not, because my mother knew Hogan's, and they lived close by as well. Well, we used to pretty much walk home a lot of the time, not all the time. And we also went to secondary school where he went to the opposite side of it. He went to like I said, the lowest class. They just divided into 6 segments. So you had the top class and the lowest class. And I went to the top class. But for many a day, when we were sitting alongside each other in 5th or 6th class, Noel used to come in and he'd show him up there, because we had a strict teacher, Flaherty. So far away there, Noel. So he'd just copy out my homework. And that was it. Nothing more said, no worries. So yeah, I reckon he might owe me one. Not that he owes me anything. But if I went along to him and said, look, I'm thinking about this version of one of your songs, why do you think about it? Value your input. So I wouldn't actually do that. I would actually, if I was to take it seriously, I would prepare, I don't know, maybe, well, I could, the number of songs I have over the years, give me 2 or 3 weeks, I could prepare 2 or 3 albums. But I would sort of, this is for you here as well. But this is one of their most famous songs, the Cranberries, and called Zombie. But I would start it off like, so what do you think of this, man? It's got to do with the corona and everything. Another man in China ate a bat again today. No, hang on. Oh yeah. I actually have it written down. I have notes made of the lyrics I use, so I just go off my head. Another man in China ate a bat today again. This virus causes mice to be made out of men. But it's them, it's not me, it's not my family. Oh yeah, so but it's them, it's not me, it's not my family. We cheap, we cow, oh yeah, we cows, we cheap. Oh yeah, but it's them, it's not me, it's not my family. We cows, we cheap, we chickens. But it's I put in the word specifically to be sort of ostentatiously rude. But it's them, it's the chicks. I wouldn't get away with that, would I? That's not meant in any racial sort of way. Okay, but it's them, it's the chicks. They're fucking eating freaks. They eat cats, they eat dogs, bad sandwiches. I'd never get away with that. I'd never get away with that. That's a hilarious rhyme, though, isn't it? Because here in the Western world, we eat cows, we eat sheep, we eat chickens. They in the Eastern world eat cats, eat dogs, and bad sandwiches. I haven't nearly finished, actually. I haven't nearly finished. I have all the, as usual, I'd just leave it behind then. But you can see it would be a great anthem, wouldn't it? An anti-corona anthem. The gist of the chorus is, so we're all being forced to take the facts. So it's in your head, in your neck, in your arm, in your leg, in your butt. Take the jab in your head, in your neck, in your butt, in your arm, arm and your leg and your butt. Take the jab. So great potential there. So I could call in a favor with Noel there, not sort of a favor, he doesn't know me anything, and go, well, and I'll tell you something for nothing, within an hour, and he lives in Limerick actually, and yeah, I reckon that could be something easily arranged. If I find something, yeah, if I find some way, if everything seems to be opening up as normal again, so if I can't leave here, I don't think we can take our own lives, just to exit the misery, but if everything just goes back to normal and I have to find a way to fit in or to make go of reality as is, accepting the creator is a different plan. I mentioned before about Mauritius. I think that's it. If that does happen, I think there's a way out. But I do have to get along. Something like that could easily come about. If wow, yeah, I could easily see that sort of cooperation in terms of songwriting. And I've written many songs, hundreds of songs at this stage, but never sort of finished them. I was always just, I'm not going to say writing them for myself. I never was. My son is always in my mind with every song I write, which reminds, well, yeah, I said I was going to be playing an original song, which wasn't the one I played tonight. The opening song tonight is an original song by me, but yeah. Maybe for the next time. So forgive me for that. But I'm having trouble with the lyrics for my song for Steve called, well, the name is settled on, it's I Pine, but I'm thinking how many ways are you going to be able to say just how miserable you are without somebody? But I have all the music down, so maybe I might get some help from somebody finishing the song. That'd be cool, wouldn't it? Never actually written a song with anybody, and I think that would be a great what do you call it, potential pathway anyway. Produce some cool output. I'm definitely sure of that. I'm no doubt about that. Actually, now that makes me think about my ukulele. The ukulele, bazooka. No, what's the? Not a ukulele. Excuse me. It's my mandolin. I was really getting into the mandolin about 10 years ago. Then I went off to York. I went off to England. Some fucker broke into my car and took that. There was nothing else worth stealing much. But he took that. So yeah. One of these things I could go forward with. My other claim to fame, this is where we're getting back to. You see how I get nothing done? Honest to God, I have to roll a cigarette here now because I have to go to the front to smoke it. But get nothing done, and it's nearly 1 o'clock as well, so I can't even blast out a song. I'm gonna have to copy myself on now. Actually, by the way, that was in JFK school, and coincidence as well. I came to find out that JFK was another faked hoax death. I'll connect later on with, well, when I say later on, we'll connect in a bit with one I'm going to present. But JFK was Irish. J is the 10th letter. K is the 11th. Sorry, K is the 11th letter, and F is the 6th letter. So sorry, JFK is 10, 6, 11. Inverted, because everything is inverted. Because actually everything is, I'll tell you why everything is inverted. Because we ourselves are inverted. We ourselves are inverted. We are living on, I know it sounds mad, take yourself away from a spinning ball Earth is given, well, we are living on a flat and stationary surface. That is the stump of the tree of life, right? The tree is intact. The other side, the root of the tree is sticking through from the other side, looking for purchase. That's a good one. Looking for purchase. So yeah, there's a giant whirlpool at the north center, and yeah, this is what the root moves around, and ultimately, this is what gives us our skylights. This is also what gives us our barrier, or separating barrier. It's waters beyond. Astronaut, astro, star in water. They told us that it's waters beyond, and well, this is what gives us the ether. The ether is this reactionary force from the actionary force, holding back these waters beyond, all stemming from this, divided core, divided, exposed center. Center of what? Center of the tree of life, Aristarchus. And yes, ether is this reactionary force. It's gravity. This is pretty much what space-time gravity is metaphor for. Ether. Ether is what defines space and what decides time. So once again, different matter. Over the head, not over the head. There's nothing over anyone's head, but just Now I think about my other claim to fame that I was thinking of, and I also have to think about the song I'm going to sing, which is, well, it's 1 o'clock. So it has to be a medium volume song, so I need to think about that. In the meantime, I have to go to the front as well. Let me put on, I was going to read that, wasn't I? Edgar Allan Poe's The Raven. I'll do it next time. Since I didn't get any copyright strike the last time, well, my friends, that's going to be another claim to fame of mine. I've solved the riddle. I've solved the riddle of why is a raven like a writing desk from Alice in Brilliant. So remember I mentioned the 2000, brilliant, everything connects in. The 2015 Economist cover. So we come to flat Earth, right? We're following the clues then to see where else it leads. And well, we come to the solution. So the 2018 cover then is associated with Alice Through the Looking Glass. The 2015 associated with Alice in Wonderland. Alice Through the Looking Glass takes us on the chessboard discovery as we move from pawn to ultimately queen. And there you have a 63-piece arrangement. I'll probably show this a little bit. I showed it the last time. On the 2018 cover, 63-piece arrangement, so there's one square missing. So I have an idea as to where to go with that. But then back to 2021, where we have the slot machine, the one-armed bandit, the hidden hand. I reckon this is the hidden hand's final puzzle for us, and it's a live puzzle. There's no time limit on it. And yeah. That was just for tonight. Brilliant connection for me. So that 2021 cover is associated with the wasp in the wig, the discarded chapter from Alice in Wonderland. If you think this is all, what is he talking about? Why is he bringing children's stories into this? No. All these stories, everything is written by the same hidden hand. The Bible, the works of Shakespeare, Leonardo da Vinci never existed, Copernicus, all of these, Tycho Brahe, all those works, Plato, Socrates, Aristotle, Nimrod, everything, the Bible, the Hittites. Not sure about the Luddites. No, the Luddites are okay because they're more recent history. But yeah, all historical record is fabricated. Everything. Who are you going to believe, though? Who are you going to believe? Because if you're going to immediately cast me aside, I'm going to say to you, first of all, I care about you. Second of all, I believed what you believed. Did. All right, let me see what okay, so I'll do that. Edgar Allan Poe, The Raven. So another claim to fame. So Alice in Wonderland. So if it's all by the hidden hand, Alice in Wonderland, Alice Through the Looking Glass, then becomes the most listen to me now, the most significant book in history. The two books themselves, because they are described as, forgetting about modern efforts, right? But they are described as outside of the Bible and the works of Shakespeare, the two most translated books in history. So two most, um, not deciphered. Hang on, I guess it's two most outside of the Bible. So 66 books in the Bible. There's 39 or so works of plays of Shakespeare alongside the sonnets and a few other contributions within it. But Alice in Wonderland is just two books. And these three are listed in places as 1, 2, and 3 in terms of the most significant in terms of translated works historically. So that brings a whole new significance. And when we do it book for book, they go to the top of the list then. Alice in Wonderland, Alice Through Looking Glass. So my other claim to fame, this age-old riddle that has lasted. The answer given is insufficient. It's a clue for us, and the clue leads us here, which is where I'm going to present it. The actual answer, if someone else come up with it before me, I don't know about it. My answer is, and it's clear and succinct, and it's correct. It's correct as well. The official answer is, why is a raven like a writing desk? And remember, Alice is all of us in Underland. Remember, I was talking about the tree. The tree is intact the other side, so we are on the stump side. We are upside down. The roots of your hair, where the roots normally reside, in the ground, right? We are uprooted. Our family tree has been uprooted. Our ancestry tree has been severed, right? So Alice in Wonderland, Alice Through Looking Glass, brilliant. In again, 2015 Economist cover referencing Alice in Wonderland. 2018 Alice Through Looking Glass. I'm saying this to myself now, because it just occurred to me tonight. So 2021 then has to be the discarded chapter, The Wasp and the Wig, which I found the significance of as well. So anyway, that's my other claim to fame, coming up with that age-old, the actual answer to that age-old riddle, which is, why is a raven like a writing desk? The official answer is, Poe wrote on both. Piche's answer is, both have the last word, and my answer is correct. When you look at, as I go for the smoke, when I share my screen, when you look, please take this seriously. I was going to read it. I'll read it the next night. I'll do my best to read it. But I'm going to listen to it again. And I implore you to listen to it and pay attention to the graphics as well. What does a raven represent? This is all key here, what the raven actually represents. So let me, while I'm having a smoke, let me share my screen, and then we'll get on to the good stuff. What I think of a song, a little sort of intermediate volume song, and then I'll get on to the nuts and bolts of it, which will be another claim to fame, because I'm the one who solved this hidden puzzle on this most famous of magazines. So share screen, entire screen. Share audio. And here we go. And once again, this is like deja vu. If we look at the timestamp here, 818, remember I asked to be or not to be? That is the question. So 818 this is specifically done as well. This video has been made 8 minutes, 18 seconds long. And remember I mentioned all of these works are by the same hidden hand, the HH, to be or not to be. Think about how you might get a B from a H, right? Or think about how you would have to sort of divide one, or you manipulate one to get the other. But when you think about a B and a reverse B, as I said, you get 1-8, right? 1-8, or depending on what side you're looking from, you can get 8-1-8 or 8-1-8 from the left or from the right. So once again, yeah. Fucking hell. No worries. Okay, let me play this. Before I do it, Lewis Carroll never existed. Lewis Carroll, who is the pseudonym for Charles Doe Dodgson. He was called Doe Dodgson because he was said to have a stammer, and he pronounced his name, or he introduced himself as Charles Doe Dodgson because he had a stammer. So he was called Dodo Dodgson. It also turns out that of all the characters that Charles Doe Dodgson created or crafted, he related most to the character of the Dodo, which is most peculiar and strange because the Dodo plays such a limited role and makes such a limited appearance in Alice in Wonderland with Chapter 3, where we encounter the Dodo looking for dry land. Pay attention, looking for dry land, following Alice's tears. Now remember, we are Alice, all of us in Underland. All of us in Underland. So that's the context. So the solution is already in play. We know that Aristarchus is revealed. We know it. People know it. Aristarchus is revealed, the divided tree of life. So the only way, what am I going to fucking say? Well, what am I going to say? I reckon plenty know the answer, but I'm on my own in all of this. And I have been since 2016. And no one in this arena, even up to including Tim Osman, who is the number one character on Earth, I should think, in terms of this greater puzzle. He can't even say the name Dodo or Aristarchus because they can't. They're playing their role, and ultimately they're clue givers or they're hurdles, whatever you want. They're blockers or they're sort of facilitators in you, the individual's quest to get an answer. I say they're facilitators myself. I think Tim is a lovely character. And I think probably all the characters are lovely, wondrous characters. Even some of the worst of them, who played the worst of roles. It's easy to play a role. It's easy to play a role. And how good can you play a bad role? Which is the question. As long as your heart isn't in it. Or too much in it anyway. Anyway, let me once again stress the significance of this, because which child doesn't know the story of Alice in Wonderland and the zany, crazy adventures of, this daydreaming girl? Well, that's us. That's us, right? So let me play this and pay attention, especially to the, what do you call it? Pay every attention, but pay special attention to the graphics, which were chosen to go along with this. By the way, Edgar Allan Poe, I hold, never existed as well, just like Lewis Carroll. So you're getting a grasp on where I'm coming from. It's all a series of clues, and don't separate yourself from the truth. That's what I would say. This is our story being told. If you notice the Raven, or Avon, heaven. Remember I mentioned he earlier on, Heaven, as opposed to Raven, Raven. So if we are AV, Adam and Eve, A and V, if you look at the capital letter A and the capital letter V, putting in opposing directions. So we are everything. We are the culmination of the up and down, the in and out, the left and right. So let me say nothing more there. I'll say never more. Or, well, what does the Raven say? And let me just say, okay, let me clarify this as well. My brief thoughts on it. So the guy is in his death throes, right? It's time for him to depart. And what are we brought to? Imagine your last moments. What would you be brought to? Well, you'd be brought to the love of your life, right? And this is where he's been left. And this is where we soon come to find him. And these are the hardest things to let go of. So let's see. The Raven is a psychopomp, which is a guide to the spirit world. So when you depart this world, a Raven will accompany you and lead the way to wherever you're bound, or wherever you're duly bound. This is why is a raven like a writing desk? Both have the last word. That's the significance of that. A writing desk, of course, always has the last word because the first word, the center word, the middle word, the end word, the last word, well, it belongs to the writing desk. So yeah, let me play, and please pay attention, my friends.
Once upon a midnight dreary, while I pondered weak and weary over many a quaint and curious volume of forgotten lore, while I nodded, nearly napping, suddenly there came a tapping, as of someone gently rapping at my chamber door. "'Tis some visitor," I muttered, tapping at my chamber door. "Only this, and nothing more." Ah, distinctly I remember, it was in the bleak December, and each separate dying ember brought its ghost upon the floor. Eagerly I wished the morrow, vainly had I sought to borrow from my books surcease of sorrow, sorrow for the lost Lenore, for the rare and radiant maiden, whom the angels named Lenore, nameless here forevermore. And the silken, sad, uncertain rustling of each purple curtain thrilled me, filled me with fantastic terrors never felt before, so that now, to still the beating of my heart, I stood repeating, "'Tis some visitor entreating entrance at my chamber door, some late visitor entreating entrance at my chamber door. This it is, and nothing more." Presently my soul grew stronger, hesitating then no longer. "Sir," said I, "or madam, truly, your forgiveness I implore. But the fact is, I was napping, and so gently you came rapping, and so faintly you came tapping, tapping at my chamber door, that I scarce was sure I heard you. Here, I opened wide the door. Darkness there, and nothing more. Deep into this darkness peering, long I stood there wondering, fearing, doubting, dreaming dreams no mortal ever dared to dream before. But the silence was unbroken, and the stillness gave no token, and the only word there spoken was the whispered word, "Lenore?" This I whispered, and an echo murmured back the word, "Lenore." Merely this, and nothing more. Back into the chamber turning, all my soul within me burning. Soon again I heard a tapping somewhat louder than before. "Surely," said I, "surely that is something at my window lattice. Let me see then what thereat is, and this mystery explore. Let my heart be still a moment, and this mystery explore. 'Tis the wind, and nothing more." Open here I flung the shutter, when with many a flirt and flutter in there stepped a stately raven of the saintly days of yore. Not the least obeisance made he, not a minute stopped or stayed he, but with mien of lord or lady perched above my chamber door, perched upon the bust of Pallas just above my chamber door, perched and sat, and nothing more. Then this ebony bird beguiling my sad fancy into smiling by the grave and stern decorum of the countenance it wore. "Though thy crest be shorn and shaven, thou," I said, "art sure no craven. Ghastly, grim, and ancient raven, wandering from the nightly shore, tell me what thy lordly name is on the night's Plutonian shore." Quoth the raven, "Nevermore." Much I marveled with this ungainly fowl to hear discourse so plainly, though its answer little meaning, little relevancy bore. For we cannot help agreeing that no living human being ever yet was blessed with seeing bird above his chamber door, bird or beast upon the sculptured bust above his chamber door, with such a name as Nevermore. But the raven sitting lonely on the placid bust spoke only that one word, as if his soul in that one word he did outpour. Nothing further than he uttered, not a feather than he fluttered, till I scarcely more than muttered, "Other friends have flown before. On the morrow he will leave me, as my hopes have flown before." Then the bird said, "Nevermore." Startled by the stillness broken by replies so aptly spoken, doubtless, said I, what it utters is its only stock and store, caught from some unhappy master, whom unmerciful disaster followed fast and followed faster, till his songs one burden bore, to the dirges of his hope that melancholy burden bore, of never, nevermore. But the raven still beguiling my sad fancy into smiling, straight I wheel a cushioned seat in front of bird and bust and door. Then upon the velvet sinking, I betook myself to linking fancy unto fancy, thinking, what this ominous bird of yours, what this grim, ungainly, ghastly, gaunt, and ominous bird of yours meant in croaking nevermore. This I sat engaged in guessing, but no syllable expressing to the fowl whose fiery eyes now burned to my bosom's core. This and more I sat divining, with my head at ease reclining on the cushion's velvet lining, that the lamplight gloated o'er, but whose velvet violet lining the lamplight gloating o'er she shall press, nevermore. Then methought the air grew denser, perfume from some unseen censer, swung by seraphim whose footfalls tinkled on the tufted floor. Wretch, I cried, thy God hath lent thee, by these angels he hath sent thee, respite, and nepenthe from thy memories of Lenore. Quaff this kind nepenthe, and forget this lost Lenore. Quoth the raven, nevermore. Prophet, said I, thing of evil, prophet still if bird or devil, whether tempter sent or whether tempest tossed thee hither shore. Desolate yet all undaunted on this desert land enchanted, on this home by horror haunted. Tell me truly, I implore, is there balm in Gilead? Tell me, I implore. Quoth the raven, nevermore. Prophet, said I, thing of evil, prophet still if bird or devil, by that heaven that bends above us, by that God we both adore. Tell this soul with sorrow laden, if within the distant Aden, it shall clasp a sainted maiden, whom the angels name Lenore. Clasp a rare and radiant maiden, whom the angels name Lenore. Quoth the raven, nevermore. Be that word our sign of parting, bird or fiend, I shrieked upstarting. Get thee back into the tempest and the night's Plutonian shore. Leave no black plume as a token of that lie thy soul hath spoken. Leave my loneliness unbroken. Quit the bust about my door. Take thy beak from out my heart and take thy form from off my door. Quoth the raven, nevermore. And the raven, never flitting, still is sitting on the pallid bust of Pallas just above my chamber door. And his eyes have all the seeming of a demon's that is dreaming. And the lamplight o'er him streaming throws his shadow on the floor. And my soul, from out that shadow, lies floating on the floor, shall be lifted nevermore.
Well, friends. Well, a bit emotional there, but shit. Oh goodness. Okay. Where do we begin with this? I don't want to even begin with this because I mentioned he, right? Why is God he? So we have heaven, Heaven, and here within Edgar Allan Poe's The Raven, Edgar Allan Poe didn't exist, so it's a hidden hand. So just put HH in your brain, 8 in your brain. Remember, it's your story, so these are all clues for you. They're all symbols. Everything is a symbol. The word is the symbol. The letter, the number, they're all symbols to remind you. You are the one waking up to it. There's no mystery in that. The mystery is within you. That's it. The mystery is within you. The mystery is my story. What it's been told here is our story. In your life, all there ever has been is you. You're going to doubt me. You're going to doubt me. Yeah. You're going to doubt me. Who else has there been? Consistently, all the way through. But you. So this is your story. This is your everything is yours. If you want to put it like that. Here we go. So he, Avon, heaven, or Avon, raven. Raven is a psychopath. It is the final encounter you, the soul, has before, and during the departure to the nether world, right? The other regions, which, aka, we know as heaven. So Raven goes to heaven, or heaven via the raven. What have they in common? H-E-R, her. Remember I mentioned he and she earlier on, the distinction between male and female. Is God male? You really picture God? I don't picture God as male. Well, I don't like using the term God, because it's a loaded term. But no. God is neither he nor she, or you can say it is he and she, which is who you are, ultimately. So, yeah, when we get heaven and raven, H-E and R, her, his and her, he and she. Who had the first word? Who had the last word? Right? Don't separate yourself from God. Jesus said, as I am, so are you, and more. We get to the book, or the secret book of James, which I hold is the funny enough, Edgar Allan Poe's The Raven is read by James Earl Jones, who was the voice of, I'm not sure he was the body actor, he was the voice of Darth Vader. He definitely wasn't the body actor, actually. Now that I remember, there was someone else who had the voice to begin with. But it was like, any Irish, is there any Irish people in the chat? You have to hear this. It just reminded me. If there's any Irish people in the chat, where's Del Quad tonight? So it ties in. The reason I'm laughing so much because it ties into what I already told about Noel Hogan from the Cranberries, sitting outside me in school and asking me for my homework for an extended period of time as we were friends and we walked home and all that sort of stuff. But I was talking about covering his song with the parody, Zombie. I was thinking of calling it Cranby. You know, so try to tie in Cranby to the greater theme, which is, Corona is a hoax sort of idea, but a symbolic hoax as well. And it's sort of taking the piss on what we believe to be, etc. But this will only be funny to Irish people. Christy Hennessy. So I had an idea of along the same lines of the same song, but Christy Hennessy doing Zombie. What do you reckon? Christy Hennessy doing that'd be fantastic. I reckon I could do a good Christy. I could as well. Christy's very soft-spoken, you see. Now I don't mean to take the piss. I am a star. When he sang that, I think he was maybe he potentially have faked his death. The one thing I was going to say about Noel Hogan, if I did meet him, I'm sure we get on great, get on grand, but within an hour, me being who I am, and I wouldn't give a fuck what happened after that. If he said to me, you could, let's go right down the line with more songs, but you can't ask questions like that. I say, man, I'm not into it then. Within an hour, I'd be asking him, actually, I'm not a devious, I could be very devious. I could be a great criminal. I could probably be a master criminal. When you think about, listen, someone said it to me last week as well, actually. I'm just relating stories here. Remember, I'm looking at myself at the screen here, but I'm relating stories, and I'm aware that some people are listening. What is it? Oh, that's good. 2 3/4. 2 3/4 people are listening. It only says two on the screen, but I'm just going to assume it's like 2.77 or 2.784 or something like that. And they're just YouTube being who they are. They're just going to put it down to the lowest figure rather than the upper figure, just because they don't like the stuff I'm talking about. Because I'm not monetized, though, they have no grounds for sort of restricting freedom of speech. If they did, they'd be going against their own terms ultimately. But they're a corporation, of course, and I'm a living man. So, yeah, my freedoms and natural rights, be careful of the words, rights begins with an R, by the way. Why is that? Why is right righteous? Why is left sinister? You got to work this stuff out. Why is the S so significant? The slippery S, right? The sleazy S. Because S represents that divided state. But anyway, not to get too diverted out. Yeah, wouldn't that be fantastic? Christy Hennessy doing Zombie by me presenting that to Noel as well. But yeah, within an hour, and not that I'm devious, but I'd gauge it. I'd gauge it myself, and I would have found out whether Dolores O'Riordan faked her death or not. He's a band member and fellow songwriter and world famous artist. And I would have found it out. I would know it anyway. I would know it because I would sort of, depending on how it turned out. I reckon if I found, actually, I reckon Noel is probably on Twitter or stuff like that. I'm not familiar with any of this stuff, really. But yeah, I reckon it'd be easy enough for me to contact him, and especially because he's living. I think he's living in Limerick for a certain. I know where his parents probably live as well, so I could make some sort of movement in that way if I was determined. You know what I mean? I make a concerted effort, and it wouldn't be as if I was coming empty-handed, going, "All right, give me some money, Noel. Give me something. Give me, because I gave you my homework when." No, I'd be going, "Hey, what do you reckon? I'm a songwriter, Noel, and." I know the band has gone through some hard times without Dolores. Even though when she died, you had all the best hits, the best of the Cranberries ready to go. So she died on Monday, and Tuesday, all best hits of the Cranberries. You hadn't heard from in ages, and suddenly the best hits are available, and swept the charts for a year and a half. I'd be quizzing Noel and all that sort of stuff, you know what I mean? But subtly, I wouldn't let myself be clear or anything, unless he was watching my YouTube channel here. And he could be very well. Believe it or not, friends, I don't give a fuck. It doesn't matter to me. Michael Jackson knows who I am. Paul McCartney knows who I am. Thom Yorke knows who I am. Does that matter to me? No. I said it to Tom. I'd say I'd write a great song with Thom Yorke. I'd write a great song. Well, we'd all write great songs. I'd write a great song with everyone. With everyone. Because we all have something we all have a beat to move to, right? We all have a rhythm. We all have an idea. We all have a notion. We all have a transference. This is ultimately what, it's about, isn't it? It's, well, what comes first? The thought always has to come first. The thought, you have to hear the thought, then you feel it in your gut. Right? Although, having said that, in a certain way, in a limited sense, when the 2005 tsunami, I've another whole can left. That's unbelievable. I'm doing great. When the 2005 tsunami struck, a lot of fakery involved there as well, but that's, certain aspects of it were real. The indigenous people of the local lands, they were able to read the signs, the climate change, the vibration, the ether changed. They knew you got to move upwards because they're in tune to a different level. If you think that's all weird and, well, it's not. Think about the energies that must be going through the air, that if you can stand out in almost the middle of nowhere at this stage and get your local Wi-Fi and tune into a YouTube high definition video and play it on your phone, there has to be massive energies flowing through the air. Those energies have always been there. You've just put yourself in your own fucking brain, and it's not a full brain. It's It's a half a brain, hemisphere and hemisphere. If I have two hemispheres, listen, dickhead, excuse me. That's so pertinent, dickhead. You have a head as a male, you have a head here and you have a head down there. One is everything below the heart is an inversion of everything above the heart. Prove me wrong. And I'll tell you something, tread carefully. 3 years ago, my father died in 2000. When was it? It was 2019, actually. 2 years. No, that seems too young, too early. Provisionally, it was either 2018, 2019. Oh, there's actually something. There's a few peculiar dates regarding that as well. Yeah, let me just finish up these. Right, I'm getting distracted off again. That was me covering up. What the fuck was I talking about? Yeah, 3 years ago, was it? Well, that's where I ended up in Kings Island, which is just across the bridge here in Limerick. Now, why did I get to see fucking hell? There's so much going on in my brain. And I'm fucking looking at myself here in the screen. I'm sick of talking to myself. And here I am, looking at myself, talking to myself. So I get distracted. Now, when there's a few beers involved, I smoke the old ganja as well, a bit of weed. Not that that does anything, that just makes me feel okay. You know, at all times you have to be responsible for yourself, everything you think, say, and do. But if not, well, you're going to learn the hard way, right? We open up this last can and get to the point, for fuck's sake. How about my friend? No way. Schumanati, fucking hell, are you back? I reckon all the players are back now, so that's after taking me off. I'm going to get back on track in a second. Ultimately, everything connects. It's one thing I'm certain of. If I'm doing a terrible job, if I seem like I'm all over the place, it's because I'm getting closer and closer to connecting everything. Everything. You know, there's a sort of coherence to what I'm saying, but it's sort of mishmashed up, and that's to be expected. What's going on here at the end of the day? You know what I mean? It's not as if I'm talking to somebody. It's not as if I've actually it all worked out in my own brain. But all the stuff I'm talking about now generally is sort of repeat in terms of what I've already thought about before. But I understand that, yeah, I'm not at the end yet. Why do you look for the end when you've just found the beginning? There's one of the Gospel of Thomas's secret sayings of Jesus. Jesus never existed, friends. And even if Jesus did exist, you can't believe that he existed. You're not allowed to. Because if you do, then you will craft an idol. And you were told not to craft idols. Anyone outside of your existence, don't put them up on pedestals. You represent, if you're female, Eve. If you're male, Adam. If you're male and if you're tranny, would you believe, honest to God, and I spoke to this person, and he was walking in, she, what are you going to say, he or she? And it's so funny, honestly, and someone will understand how funny this is, and you might even know the person involved. But it's so funny that I'm the very one, not that I'm the very one. Everyone would just look and stare and say nothing. I went over and I started talking. That was the last time. And not there's any big deal, but I had some very specific questions as well. And let me tell you the story. It's a transgender, and I swear, I don't swear. I try not to swear. I let my yes be a yes. This is true. This is true. Whoever's listening. His name was Noel, and now his name is Noel. That's true. And I was talking, and I stopped him, and it wasn't this is going back about a year ago. I only saw him the other day. I can't say her as well because he was in a short skirt, and from a distance, I say, if you were down by say Debenhams in O'Connell Street in Limerick, and he or she was up at Savins or something like that, up about an eighth of a mile, furlong away. You go, oh, that looks grand. But as I started walking closer to you, notice something's off here now. Hang on. I can't put my finger on it. I'm not sure I want to put my finger anywhere near it and this is no disrespect or anything, because I actually spoke to Noel. That's her name now, and what am I going to say, man? What am I going to say? It's like, it doesn't work. It's not working. It's not working. You're not pulling it off. And I'm not talking about, sort of inconspicuous dressing style, just, because there's another few people around town that just get to notice. One in particular, more inconspicuous, but still, it doesn't take much to see that it's, okay, that's a man dressed as a woman. But Noel/Noel, ostentatious. You the high boots and the mini, honestly, the mini skirt, but it's like the arse doesn't look right, and it's what am I looking there for? Well, in my own defense, it was only from half a furlong away, that I noticed the arse, and then I stopped looking at it. No, but it doesn't look. It's not. It's a man in a woman's guise, I guess, but it's not pulled off very well. But I was talking to Noel, a lovely person, very, very lovely person. Noel. This is true, and this is about a year ago now. And I stopped him. Oh, I have another amazing story about a transgender I met I told it on my own channel here in Ennis, and I met him again in Limerick. That's a fucking fantastic story. I have some fantastic stories. When they went down to the pub, anyone listening from Ennis or know Ennis as well, when they went down to the now that I think of it, Timmy Dooley is a big politician. He's a top politician in Ireland here, and right next to his outfit, wherever he had his office in Ennis, which was down the Mill Road, I think it was, there was Katie's massage parlor. For all the world, it was just, Timmy's having, it was just like, stretch out the shoulders and do all this sort of stuff, and just, whatever. I've never been into a massage parlor like that, so I don't know what it entails. Although, I wasn't lying there. I was into massage. I was into Katie's massage parlor right next door to Timmy Daly's. So, that's a fantastic story. I didn't go in with any. How will I get the point across here in a cogent and realistic way, because it really happened. The reason I mentioned that was because you see how fucking lost I can get so easily. These are hilarious stories, though. Honest to God, I should write these down. Because no one else is there. No one else would remember them or relate to them. But Katie ended up winning. And I just ended up accidentally over at was it the West County? As you go into Ennis there, it's on the left side. Is it the West County? I'm sure pretty much it is the West County. It's across from the garage there. But there was a big Christmas do. It must have been, 7 or 8 years ago, 2012, 13, 14. 13, in Ennis, and Katie, I couldn't believe it. Okay, I'll tell you how I knew. I'll tell you how I got to know her or him in a bit. And again, it's on my behalf. I'm proud of it. I stand over everything I say and do. I really do. Ennis is a very lonely town in a sense, and Katie was a transgender, and I used to drink regularly in Knox's pub, and I seen this person around, and it's difficult enough being normal, but to be outside of the normal, whether it's gay, lesbian, or whatever, not to mind being transgender, very difficult. Not to mind being Asian as well, and it's a fucking divine humor in all of this. Katie was from not only Asian, she was from Bangkok. Now that'll be funnier when I tell you what my suspicions are, and when I finish the story. So anyway, Katie owned a massage parlor, and had lots of different visitors. And I found out after a while that Timmy Dooley had been in, and all the lads had been in. There was nothing too explicit talked about, although I could tell you a few things now. Nothing explicit went down between me and Katie, although I could tell you a few things as well. But yeah, I was having none of it. And I reckon if I was swayed that way, I could have been compromised as well. My suspicion was that I knew there was a camera there. Katie told me, and I believe Katie, beautiful person. Honestly, I'm not diminishing Katie at all, because I believe they're absolutely beautiful. She is a beautiful person. For the money that they earned, I remember what are you going to say? She. See the confusion. This is all the transgender stuff is about, by the way, as well. I mean, what are you going to do when you find out that? Well, a great example. Well, some of it is pushing out. Some of it is pushing out. Marilyn Monroe is a male, born male. What are you going to do? I said it many times. I said it to my mother tonight. My mother queued up at the cinema for, I don't know, she said it to me. She said it like 17 times when the movie, I don't know what movie it was, Elvis movie back in the 60s. Elvis movie back in the 60s. And do you know the question I asked my mother actually? What's the measure of a man? It's an excellent question. It's an excellent question. And I said I would ask, not deliberately intentionally, actually, like 4 hours and have fuck all done, honest to God. And I haven't even started telling some of the funny stories. But what is the measure of a man? My mother queued up for hours. I'm not saying hours and end, but she'd been to the cinema 17 times when Elvis's latest movie came out at the time. She was absolutely head over heels in love. When she married my father, Davy, she married Elvis Presley, this idealized view of man, not knowing man too much or too intimately, everything up to that point, except via exposure to what father figure, direct relations, etc. Who did Davy marry? Davy married Marilyn Monroe, an idealized woman. And I think the fucking hilarity in it, and I said it to my mother tonight, well, because it comes about in a different way, but I said, well, what is the measure of a man? That was a question I meant to ask. And then she was talking about my achievements. She asked me, write down what you've achieved. I said, okay, I'll do that, no worries. Who am I going to write it down to, though? Who am I going to write it down to? I can easily come on here and say what I have achieved. I can easily say it to anybody, what I have achieved. I can say what I have to say without having to write it down. If it's for myself, I'm trying to kid myself that by writing something down, or a lack of ability to write very much down, what I'm going to show myself up. No, I know exactly what I've done and what I have not done. Ask me, how does that fit into my greater philosophy? How do I feel about that? Don't judge me on what you think I should feel, which is the question I asked my mother. What is the measure of a man? And when I say man, well, I guess I mean the male from the female's point of view. But yeah, she said I shouldn't say man. You should say woman or man. No, I should say man, because she's a woman and there's conflict between us. And I mean, that's okay. That's okay. I think that's natural. That's natural. But okay, I have to start getting a grip now. I'm going off on too many sort of tangents. I always get back to, I always ultimately get back to and remind myself of the main point. The reason I went off originally was Shroomminati. How many people know Shroomminati around? Fucking hell, man. Remember the times we used to talk on Gem Pandas? I never get any sense out of you. What was all this due respect due from and for you? What was that about? Honestly, jump in here. Look, let me put the link in chat. Jump in here if you want. I'm some fucking idiot. I exited myself from the hangout, or I just exited the whole tab here. I'm blaming you on that, Illuminati, Shuminati. Yeah, unless I have the tab open now somewhere else that I can't just see at the minute. I probably do. So this might be opened up twice. Okay, anyway, let me put the link in chat. Let me just say, this is why I'm so much better in person, talking person to person with somebody. More coherence to me. I'll be kept on track. I keep diverting away, but yeah. I started off on some funny stories. I'd have to clarify, but ultimately it was about the transgender Noel, and then that brought my mind back to Ennis with this transgender Katie, who was from Bangkok, who had next to Timmy, what's his name? Timmy, what did I say his name was? Timmy, redhead dude. Not a big redhead dude, just a small redhead dude. Timmy Dooley, that's him. So here's the story, right? So I can't even. How did I end up meeting Kate in the first place? Well, a small provincial town. I saw them around occasionally and walking around, and I was just thinking, it must be a very lonely time for foreigners. I knew it was a lonely time for foreigners, with fucking racist Irish, just inbred attitude. I'm not saying that, just generally, especially back in the day. I mean, 20 years ago, if you saw a black person, no, not 20 years ago, a bit more, 30 years ago, if you saw a black person in Ireland, you'd you shit green. Green for Ireland and all that. But yeah, that's how I make it. And I just went over and said, "How you doing?" I mean, in the pub in Knox's, I went over and said, "How you doing?" Just like to say hello, and we got talking from there. That's all. My only intention was ever just to say hello and an understanding that it must be lonely, and it must be, what do you call it? So we got chatting, and before you knew it, we were back. When I don't think it was that night, we got chatting a few nights, and one of the nights Katie invited me back to her place, her studio, and we just went back and had a drink. And I had no intentions. I knew she was what do you call it? He was telling me, what's the best way of saying it? How I keep saying he, she, he. She. What do you call me? She. Okay, that's easier for me. That's actually easier that's what I should have said to Katie. It's actually easier for me to call you she than he or she. Because I know you don't like he, because you used to be he. and you want to be she, but I can't call you she because you just told me your hair that you got from a horse cost you $2,000. Now, if you're a normal she, you're not going to fucking get hair. What are you going to do? $2,000 from a horse? That's true as well. It's true as well. But I mean, it's obviously, if it's a transformation that's in play, and it's a serious transformation. So don't mistake my laughter for ridicule. It's just funny, It's just funny, and I like to throw humor into it as well. But I don't mean any badness by it. I love Katie for who she was. She was. And beautiful person. She looked after her family in Bangkok, and I didn't get to know her very well, but well enough. And she wanted more. She wanted to be my bitch. I swear to you, he wanted to be my bitch, and I don't mean that in a bad way, but literally, he wanted to be just fell in love with me. That's what I would say. And if I went, what? Well, okay, but I was just sort of being nice to you. But if I wanted to take it then a step, I easily could have, to any degree possible, I should think, honestly. And yeah, but that's not what that's not what I was. I'm capable of handling myself. If I have certain encounters, I can handle myself. I don't know what's going to happen, but I can handle myself. That's something I don't want, and that's what I made clear from the very outset. Yes, pretty much from the very outset. But yeah. So anyway, getting to the story. It turns out, now you put two and two together here, like I did. It turns out that Katie had the massage parlor. So this transgender from Bangkok, and lots of people used to visit, including Timmy Dooley, and also including lots of local personalities. Now I don't know any names or anything like that. And I probably would recognize some names at the time, but I didn't pay attention, and I don't care to anyway, whatever. But yeah, these massages didn't just involve, what was advertised on the front, apparently, which is fair enough. Do what you want, do what you do. Now, here's the crux of it. And that was my attitude at the time, do what you do. Katie told me she had a camera, everything was recorded. Now, whether that was part of it wasn't a concealed sort of thing, it was just a general security thing. So I was certainly thinking later on anyway, that maybe some of the stuff was recorded and was used or could have been used for bribery purposes, or was sort of put that way, you know what I mean? And this is why I'm saying this. I didn't see Katie for a good while. And actually, I met her in Limerick when I came to Limerick. And I said hello straight away. I think we can give a hug, and she was after opening up another massage parlor inside in town. But that was pretty much it. That was the extent of our relationship. And again, my original intent, which I kept throughout it all, was just being a friendly man to somebody who's a very decent and nice person. I'm not going to say which I thought, because I know they were, but I was in the West County, when I was living in Ellisford, as I said, 8 years ago. It's hilarious. I was drinking on my own, as I always do. When I went to Ennis, it's not that I had no friends, but pretty much I had no friends. All the other friends, anyway, that's a different story. I ended up in the West County, and it was Christmas time, and there was a raffle going on. And there was a massive crowd of people in the hall, whatever it was the occasion, I didn't know. But you won't believe it. You won't believe it. You won't believe it, because I'm not even thinking about this, reminding myself of it now. You won't believe it. If anyone knows Piche to lie, I have 188. Did I say 188? Let's see how many what do you call it I have. You won't believe this. You honestly won't believe it. And I'm not exaggerating. To the best of my Emery, I'm not exaggerating. How many shows do I have? How many how many fucking, excuse my language. Would you believe? Let me share my screen for this. Would you believe? Look at this. It has to be significant. Everything's significant. Look at that, friends. PJ 666 subscribers. I'm flattered, my baby Steve. 2 watching. But I wanted to see was how many videos I have. I don't know where that is. I pay no attention to my channel. Really. I don't watch any of my own stuff back because I'm here at the time, right? But I don't know how many videos I have. I think I have about 180 videos. Look at them all. Look at them all. And throughout all of these, I'll go down to the first one. Look, and I have actually 3 or 4 on a different one as well, a second channel, PJ Encore, if you're interested. Some good things covered on there. But yeah, once again, for everybody. I look well there, haven't I? What was that one? The Gypsy Rover. Yeah, look at all these. See this video here, another claim to fame. See this video here. And that's Delqua as well. And Delqua has something to do with the Dodo, as you heard him mention the last time. Now, Del saying it first, I think I'll give you that. Del's, when we were on Dave, or maybe Dave High said it as well, Del, but whether it was you or Dave High that mentioned the Dodo and the Gleason's map, it wasn't me. I'll admit that. I'm the only one who's taken the Dodo to where it was. But when the Dodo was mentioned, I had a feeling that me and you clicked at the same time. So whether you said it or Dave High said it, it clicked with us that, well, the Dodo bird never existed. Fucking hell, how wondrous is that? Oh, let me play this for a second. That's 2017. This video here, Milky Way and the Moon. This is another claim to fame. This will make me more famous than Einstein. And I stand by this. This will make me more famous than anybody because it killed all of astrophysics. But all of astrophysics is based on a lie to begin with because, well, all of the skylights, none of the skylights, I should say, are solid bodies. They're all reflections, ultimately. And the truth of this reality is always known. So don't kid yourself there. But yeah, that video is, well, that's a massive one. But that's only the beginning as well of my journey, which actually neatly, in a sense, leads us on to where I'm going with all of this. Look at all those videos, man. Over, what is it, over 4 years now. Yeah, 4 years ago. And I started off with Flat Earth Fields Forever, which is a take on Strawberry Fields Forever, which is by the Beatles, right? Oh, that's gone back a long way. I don't know how many. Let me see. Let me just work it out briefly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 roll. 5. Yeah. 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. 2. Oh man, that's coming up. I'm not even going to count them. That's coming up to 200 shows, and some of those are 8 fucking hours long of me talking like this. That's unbelievable, isn't it? Unbelievable. What did I want to play here briefly? Look at this. I only saw him the other day as well, actually. Anyway, the reason I brought this up, anyone can, anywhere, go back in any of those things and find out where PJ has lied and call him out on it. And I'll either be a pussy and say no, even though I know I did lie, or I'll fucking own up to it. But I don't remember when I have. Hang on, I just wanted to show you something here. such a fucking idiot, aren't I? I'm so incoherent. I'm not incoherent, actually. I'm very coherent. But I just fucking saw it a second ago. Hang on. Where's the Milky Way and the Moon video? Because it was right next to that. Oh, here we go. This is what I want to play. Is it that far back? It bloody well is. Unbelievable. Well, yeah, let me play this. I just saw Brandy the other day with Andrew as well. He's a little bulldog now. He's butch now. He really is. Making him all tender. That's 4 years ago. Unbelievable.
Hello. Hi. Hello. Hi.
Anyway, that doesn't matter. He's the finest animal now. He's the finest specimen of the kind. So gentle of nature. As I said, I only met him the other day. He recognized me straight away after not seeing him for, I don't know, 6 months. Maybe not. Yeah, maybe not so much. Anyway, why did I? Yeah, that was a challenge. So that's why I laughed beforehand, because this is true. This is true. Big hall packed full of people, and yeah, you can go through my videos if you care to and pick out a point. You should have plenty of ammunition. Remember, I say some fucking crazy things, but when I say Will Smith is Barack Obama is Osama bin Laden, did anyone stand up and challenge me in that? Did anyone anywhere stand up and challenge me in anything I have to say? Because I'm not out to impress you. I'm trying to come to terms with stuff myself. My reasons for varying so much against the fucking the flow, against the stream, because, well, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? What are you going to do? You already went with the stream for so long. So, yeah, challenge me on anything. And by the way, yeah, that reminds me, actually perfect reminder as well, tie-in, that's another thing tied in. You think I'm fucking bluffing? You think I'm a bluffer or fake or something? I stand by everything I have to say and do. And my brother will testify to that because about 3 years ago, it's coming up in 3 years ago now, when lots of active forums around, especially on hot topics, especially the hottest topic ever is flat Earth. And yeah, a bet went out, and it was my bet. And it was backed by my brother with 100 grand. 100 grand. He didn't know what was going on, but he was willing to back it because he had faith in me. And the 100 grand bet it went out over Discord, Gem Panda's Discord, who's one of the main antagonists, the main opposition, if you want to put it like that, representing scientism. But obviously an actor put in place, but the bet went out, and Andrew came on camera and he guaranteed the bet. And the bet was 100 grand that anyone prove me wrong, that all craters on the moon are one crater. That was the bet. I was so certain of it that, well, I was going to bet Andrew's money. I didn't have too much money on my own at the time, but that's okay. And as I meant to say earlier on as well, I started saying it. The very first fucking words I said, I had money in the past. I had money. I have nothing now. But I'll tell you something I do have. I have the potential to be happier than ever. At least the potential. At least the potential. Up to Me, I sang earlier on. What was it? Everything went from bad to worse. Money never changed a thing. But yeah, 100 grand bet out. No one took it up. No one took it up seriously. And if anyone took it up seriously, I knew that there were certain odds that they would only find what I found. They would only find what I found. But yeah, all moon craters are one crater. We're looking at a kaleidoscopic reflection pattern, a reflection of solidity. And yeah, anyone else who has anything to say against or about what I have to say, bring it on. Bring it to me if you want. Bring it to me. I can back it up. Same with Barack Obama, Will Smith. How obnoxious a thought is that? How obnoxious a thought is it to think that people in Australia aren't upside down right now? That's obnoxious, isn't it? Everything is obnoxious when it veers away from your, well, ingrained attitudes. What I'm doing. I haven't even finished off the story about Katie, so here's the point. I'm some fucking idiot. I have no respect for my audience whatsoever, do I? That's not true. I have respect for you. It's just that I've done so many of these shows, and I know that I'm sailing the ship alone for the vast majority of the time. Best I can hope for is, maybe if I say a thing here or there, you would pick up on it and in your own thought process put pieces together. But getting to the upshot. In the West County in Ennis, around Christmas time, big raffle going on, and I'm talking about good prizes as far as I was aware. I was just looking at it from the back. I didn't meet up with Katie afterwards or anything like that. And honestly, I'm relating this now to the best of my memory. Prize after prize, prize after prize. In a seemingly random draw, one person. I can't even believe I'm saying this. I'm reporting it and expecting you to believe it. One person kept winning over and over again until at the end of the night. There was Katie with a big fucking bunch of prizes won throughout the night, and full-handed. Everyone else empty-handed. And as far as I could gather, it was just a random draw. It was like just a regular annual draw. It wasn't a draw amongst specific groups or specific businesses. And even if it was, that Katie was to win all the prizes was unbelievable. But that, honest to God, all the prizes, literally, not literally, I guess, all the prizes, the vast majority of the prizes, some of them were good. I was thinking, immediately a figure comes to mind. Some of that must be worth 500. One of those prizes alone could be worth 500 quid. And I was then putting two and two together. And I never clarified this with Katie or never mentioned it afterward. Or I don't even know if I was speaking to him or her at this stage. Do you know what I mean? But it was just, we drifted apart. And that was sort of it. But I was going, well, fuck me, Pink. That has to be a setup. And of course, my mathematical laws of probability, laws of chance, that doesn't allow for that. So there has to be something else going on. And then I thought back to the camera. Cameras inside in the massage parlor, and I sort of put two and two together. And my conclusion was that keep him sweet, keep it on the hush hush. That when Timmy Dooley. Consider this that who the fuck knows listening. There's two people listening. Maybe one knows who Timmy Dooley is, But when Timmy Dooley fancied a little sort of alleviation from all of the whatever a burgeoning councillor come TD has to put up with, when he needed to find a sort of an alleviation or a break from the stress, he went next door and had a quick massage. From, well, I think Kate had employees, maybe one or two employees. I never met them, but possibly from Kate, herself, who I'm just thinking of the scandalous story I would write in that case. I mean, but yeah, I mean, once you like the first one, I guess, and your business is just next door, maybe you'll keep doing it, and you keep doing it on a consistent basis. And well, you can see how easily you could potentially be blackmailed. I don't think Kate was the character to blackmail, but you never know as well. You never know. If she was, he or she never got anything to blackmail from me, because I wouldn't allow it. I wasn't into it. I could have made Kate my bitch, not because I wanted to or had any desire that way. He was asking me, make me your bitch. I said, I don't want to make you my bitch. What does that mean? No. So anyway, that's fucking hilarious. Prize after prize, they kept winning, and that's my bottom line. It has to be. It has to be. So you wouldn't believe that. You wouldn't believe it. And I'm expressing it as true as I remember it. Just kept winning all of the prizes. What the fuck? What's going on? That's impossible. You can't just. And the next winner, and this is a big fucking crowded hall, and the next winner is, it's like fucking Father Ted. The next winner is number 11 again. And this was like 5 or 6 or 7 or more, 10 prizes sort of thing, in front of 500 people. So yeah, that's my conclusion. Now, the reason I got there, because it reminded me of the transgender, and then it reminded me, well, that's where I got there, from Noel, the transgender who goes around Limerick. Actually, getting back to Kate, she told me he spent $2,000 on a horsehair wig. Everything done, and for the world, fake boobs and everything, but it's a man, it's a bloke. Kate, you're a bloke. What will I call you? Oh, you call me Katie. Yeah, I know that. I call you Katie from, I don't mean that. What do you call accent? Where are you from? Where are you from? Oh, I'm from Limerick. Where are you from? I'm Katie from Bangkok. Ooh, well, that's lucky for you, isn't it? That's good for you. Because Bangkok certainly means something different where you're from than it does where I'm from. Although I think you have a good grasp on what Bangkok means where I'm from. Because you set up a massage parlor right next to Timmy Dooley's constituency office. I'm sorry, I have to go for a cigarette. That's funnier because it's true. I'm bluffing. Okay. So, no way, you think I'm bluffing, but I'm not. The reason I stopped Noel in Limerick that day, down by the Shannon River, was to ask them, first of all, say hello, how you doing? I've seen you around. And he was telling me a story. He always felt like a female trapped in a male body. And one day, he just made the complete transition. He didn't try to cover it up so much, like it's obviously a man, just with a wig. Sometimes he doesn't shave. I don't mean that in a mean way, but it's clearly a man. It's not a convincing disguise, but it's just them. But the reason I stopped him, I said, I was thinking to myself that, someone who is a transgender, whatever that means, it doesn't work, right? It doesn't work. You can't. Well, it's not that you can transfer. It's not that you can transfer, because ultimately we are transgender ourselves. We are male and female in one, divided. But yeah, you just can't go certain places, I guess, within the mind, within the makeup. But the reason I stopped him was because I thought that being a transgender, they would more easily be able to spot other transgenders. And at the time, I just came by heard a suggestion from someone, and I investigated it myself. And my own investigation led to the clear conclusion as well that, well, Theresa May was a transgender, and not only that, Theresa May was played by the son of Mark and Maggie Thatcher, Mark Thatcher. No, not Mark. Mark and, who's the son again? Mark and Maggie Thatcher and, what's the husband's name? Whoever he is, anyway. I think Mark Thatcher was the son. So Theresa May is Mark Thatcher. So I was asking Noel what their view on that, and well, their initial reaction, which anyone's initial reaction would be, was to say, I shouldn't think so. It's, it would be easily found out, or if it was true, it would be leaked. No, but yeah. So that's how I got into that. That's how I got into that, and that's how I jumped on to Katie in Ennis, which is very interesting. That's funny memories. That's funny memories, but that's a hilarious story. That's a true story as well. Katie won all the prizes, impossible, against all mathematical odds, like the Father Ted fixed raffle. Yeah, you know. So someone smells a rat. Yeah, I don't know. I don't. Well, everything's pertinent as well. Paul/Paul McCartney. Let me cut to the chase here. Let me do something. See, I'm just having a few. Singing a few songs, having a few beers as well. But I do want to get to the last specific thing, which shouldn't take too long. I don't want to waste up too much time. Too much of it. What's it? 4 hours, 4.5 hours saying fuck all. Honest to God, that's mad. I have to cut myself on. But I've already said everything. And the Dodo leads to ARI-STAR-CHUS. So we'll be getting to the first part of that, the Dodo, in a second. Play a sound tune. Come to the waters, you who are thirsty. Though I have nothing, I bid you come. To be filled with the gladness I have to offer. Come, listen, Lord. I am down to the hazel, cause the fire within my hair. I cut and peel the hazel, You're buried to a thread, and when white moths were on the wing, and moth-like stars were flickering out, I threw the berry in the stream and hooked a little silver tribe. When I had laid it on the floor, I went to blow the fire aflame, when something rustled on the floor. Someone called me by my name. It had become a glimmering girl with apple blossom in her hair. She called me by my name and vanished in the burning air. I am old with wandering through hollow lands and hilly lands. I will find out where she has gone, kiss her lips and hold her hand, and walk along dappled grass, and pluck till time and times are done. The silver apples of the moon, the golden apples of the sun. Come to the water, you who are thirsty, though I have nothing, I bid you come to be filled with the glad news I have to offer. Come, listen, behold. Okay. Right, let me cut to the chase. Che might be a genius. And I think so. I'm a fool. I'm a dodo. Right. Context. Context is everything. You've been asking the question. You've been led along a certain path. What is real? What is the truth? What is unreal? What is the lie? Where am I? Who am I? Why am I? What am I? When am I? He bothered about answering those questions. This is what the transgender stuff is all about in a big sense. I've always had a sort of, I'm not going to say effeminate way about me, definitely a sensitive way about me. Definitely always been sensitive. And I don't see it as either being masculine or feminine. I see that as being just human, you know, and yeah, it's this sort of driving idea, and it's different context, which, well, first of all, comes with, well, the where am I question, because that has been decided and resolved, right? But not when we were given the internet, and not when we were handed flat earth possibilities unplayed. Right? Sorry, moving what do you call it? The screen keeps flashing. It's just a matter of taking off the back of it and fixing the cable, but that's why I keep moving from fixing it. Anyway, yeah. So the where am I question? Flat Earth is handed to us unplayed. Understanding that the spinning ball Earth is an impossibility is given, which is pretty easy for any of us to understand. Actually brings back very interesting questions as well. Yeah, it brings back this male-female divide and the chessboard and the boxing ring. Chessboard representing the mental arena, the boxing ring then the physical arena. And it's, noteworthy that the boxing ring is ruled by the Queensberry rules. The chessboard is ruled by the queen, the power of the queen. In a greater sense, the queen represents the material strength, Mother Earth, right? The deliverer of all that is powerful in a material sense. And then chess is known as the game of kings. It's funny that it's not funny. I don't mean it in any way, but it is funny that there should be at least a competitive female chess player, shouldn't there? There should be. There should be. All things being equal. It doesn't seem to be. Now, there are very competent, I'm talking on terms of, what do you call it? The very top levels, the very best levels. Because, of course, there are excellent women chess players out there. But at the very extent of the what would you call it? What does chess involve? I have to think more about this as well, and I definitely will, because I have it in my mind. I just love chess. I do love chess. I wonder how Steve is getting. Steve is a good chess player. I remember when I started playing my father chess. The last game I ever played him was the first game I beat him on. He didn't like that, and I think that was almost have been 12 or 13. And every time I played Steve in chess, I was just waiting for the time he beat me. I thought it would come, not that I thought it would come sooner than what it did. Uh, Even if it did come, I don't think it did, but it's not that we played so often or I was pushing it. I was just waiting because it was inevitable. My Steve was always my, well, if I'm king of era, who's Steve, right? Who's Steve? He's my king. But anyway, it's interesting, isn't it? So there is a physiological and a purposeful divide between male and female. And yeah, okay, not to get too deeply now because I'm sort of running ahead of myself. Because I just came by some new information. Not that I came by new information tonight, but yeah, 2018. Let me show you this while I'm talking about it. That's actually the best way to do it. I'm showing you in the sidelines what I'm talking about. Okay, and I'll show you the entire screen. Okay. So before I bring up the image, let me bring up some pictures there. Before I bring up the image, this is the image I'm going to talk about briefly. Here tonight. So this is where I'm going to just walk you through a hidden puzzle to show you that it connects to a greater puzzle presented to us over the ages. If you're so inclined to take up the puzzle, to ask the question, well, then you'll be led inexorably down a certain pathway. And the hidden puzzle here on this most influential of magazines, well, is significant in itself, that there is a hidden puzzle that's there, but for the hidden puzzle to be resolved definitively and indubitably, well, then there's absolutely no denying it. If we notice at the start here, we have Alice, right, from Alice in Wonderland, overlooking all of the events, all of the stagecraft, all of the theatre. Then we're on the right track. We've reached a certain point, a certain path we followed, which has brought us to these sort of considerations and recognitions and realizations. So that's the point to begin with. Now, before I talk about this, let me bring up. This is so Alice in Wonderland. So 3 years later, here we go. Here we have the 2018 Economist cover. Now, I haven't this solved, but I haven't been trying too hard as well. Everything in its own time. But tonight I realized that now this is about Alice through the Looking Glass, because Alice's journey through the Looking Glass involved an adventure up or through a chessboard, starting at the base lower squares, working their way up to the top, or the crown, where Alice ultimately received her crown. If you know the basic structure of chess, we have 64 squares, 8 by 8, um, 16 pieces per side, which is 8, 8. So it's all the eights. What I reckon immediately is when we go to Trump here, who's been such a significant figure, it's all theater, remember, this is our starting point. If we look at Trump immediately, it's in row 1, column 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 1 and 6. 1 and 6 is 8, 8. So 16, 8, 8. And that's a good starting point. And if we look at surrounding evidence for this to be a good starting point, we can look beneath where we have these pointers upwards, right? Now that won't make too much sense to you. Well, oh yeah, that's just a coincidence. But remember, everything here is designed. But just as in terms of pointers, in terms of children's instructions, this becomes significant. So this is about, actually, do you know what this, you know what I just realized? It's not that I just realized, I thought about this already. We are looking for the 64th square. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6, 7. So that's 63. That take away that tag. There's symbols under there. So that's 63. We are missing one square, and this is ultimately what Alice is striving for, I guess, in Alice Through Looking Glass, is where she's moving from a base position, a pawn structure position, all the way up the chessboard to be crowned as queen. So yeah, can you see my reasons for saying that's an excellent starting point with Donald Trump at 1 and 6? 88, also HH, Hidden Hand, also 88, Back to the Future, the Trump, and the Biff Tanner Association. So yeah, all of these things combined, but we must look in simpler terms. I was thinking simpler terms anyway, but we have to know the background as well. We have to be sort of wise and knowledgeable on well, what is it? The basic rules, the basic component parts, the basic component aspects of the game. So here is the realization tonight, which is great. Which is great. This is great. So if the, and I've been through this before, I believe, like with so many other things I go through, no one else, I'm going to say on earth, have to say with some things, no one else on earth can be talking about some of the stuff I talk about because they haven't the context right. For instance, look at this. If you don't believe me, look at this. This is just something I put together, not that I put together today, I was able to rotate it appropriately to give it an imbalanced view with this, the Dodo bird. So the Dodo bird never existed. This is Gleason's map presented to us. The Dodo bird sits on top of the elephant, sits on top of the turtle. This is the greater symbology, and well, the Dodo bird representing the changing face of the land, our home, as it juts above. If you're in Ireland here, you're somewhere in here, somewhere about here, where my cursor is, with the North Centre being here. But yeah, this is not the correct map. Earth, first of all circular maps are wrong. Earth is elongated. And yeah, here you're getting the idea. If the Dodo bird never existed, then it's a symbol. A symbol is important. Is a word important? Is a letter important? Is a number important? If you say yes, well then a symbol is ultimately important. Is the dodo an important symbol? It is an ultimately important symbol. So it's one of the greatest symbols of symbols. So its dual symbolic nature. One, it represents the changing face of the land post felling, post destruction of the tree of life, Aristarchus, on this side. The tree is cut this side, the tree is intact the other side. And also represents, and more significantly represents, the divided state of us. Male from female, self from self. That's why there is that lacking all of our lives there. That's why there is that desire. That's why love has to be requited, because we find ourselves in this divided state. And it's not a poetic journey, it's a literal reality. And remember, I mentioned God with a set of balls and excuse my language, I don't mean it like that, but you know what I mean. That's not God. That's a divided state. God is unified. God is unified. And this plays everywhere for us as well. If you look in Genesis 1, male and female created he them in his. No, what did he? Well, hang on, let me get the words correct. Male and female, and God created man in his image. Male and female created he them. I say in brackets there is in one. So male and female in one. God is indivisible, but male and female are obviously divided aspects of one. If we think in terms of the male genitalia being the solidity and the female genitalia being the space, one fits perfectly into the other if you pull the two together again. The female shoulders fit inside the male's broader shoulders, the male's hips fit inside the female's broader hips. Yes, everything lines up. Hemisphere to our brain, or left hemisphere and right hemisphere. Well, if my math is good, and it is good, and it doesn't need to be good, half a hemisphere, which is a half a sphere, and a hemisphere, which is a half a sphere, should add up to the sphere. But when I think, no matter how I think in terms of my brain, I'm only ever getting half a sphere, which doesn't make sense, unless there's another hemisphere lingering, looming, looming. That's good. Anyway, do you see that? You see the dodo bird now? Are you getting the message? That's why no one will touch the dodo bird, because it's one of the greater clues. It's one of the greater symbols within this greater manuscript that is playing out. You have to consider to begin with is the dumb dodo bird didn't exist. Once you accept that, or once you have that thought in your mind, what's Piche talking about? The dodo bird didn't exist. Let me just read the historical representation. Let me read Wikipedia. Let me read the story about it. Yeah, that's all you need. Beyond that, the story carries itself. Dodo bird never existed, and here we have now the reason why it never existed. Because it did exist in a greater form, in a symbolic form. I guess, yeah, actually, let me phrase that properly now. Yeah. Archetypal sense. It represents everything. You see, an individual existence represents a material sort of grounding. Because all there can be is the individual, the thing itself. Whereas if you're representing an idea, this is where the symbol comes in, and this represents all things. Like one Adam represents all man, or Jesus represents all man's potential. So yeah, it's very interesting. Now, this is the material manifestation of the dodo, and immaterial then, well, it represents our divided natures ourselves. So yeah. Now I brought that up by accident, because of what I wanted to bring up, but it does tie in. What I wanted to bring up was here, which had just occurred to me. Here we go, which I mentioned last time. Still working on it, friends. There's no hurry at all. No hurry at all. As you can see, this is 3 years later again. So 6 years on from 2015. And I say that this is the culmination. Here we have the one-armed bandit. One-armed bandit, the hidden hand. Here we have the globe earth at the top. We enter from the top right, so it doesn't make more sense. We enter from the top right and work our way down and around. We have to come back down. We have to come back down. Remember, up is down. We have to come back down because this area here is where illumination lies. So ultimately, we have to make a trip upwards, find our way across, a coherent way across. The pointers here at the center, very significant, and then we'll be able to make our way back down to illumination, and everything will fit in like a good jigsaw puzzle piece in place, and everything will be simple and understandable as well within this set in greater context. You have to understand the context of, for instance, the spinning ball earth here. If you tell me the spinning ball earth, it doesn't matter. You don't care what your home is. But then if you don't, your home is where the heart is. If you don't care where your home is, you don't care where your heart is. And if you don't care where your heart is, well, all wounds will be healed. It doesn't mean you never care where your heart is. So anyway, let me go back to why this makes sense, why we're coming in from the top right now. Brilliant. And we're down, look, we're led down the line. Why? And actually, there's an instruction here. I'm not going to go into this now tonight, but why we're coming in from the top right is because last place we came in, well, 2016 here. We came in from, say, the middle left. I'm not going to say the bottom left, the middle left. And this is where we enter. Enter scenario. Let me put this up here. Actually, you can edit this as well, so I can go in and draw. Actually, let me try that now. No, sorry. Let me. Oh, look what came up. This is the ARI-STAR. This is the Game of Thrones family house crest. The house is called Winterfell, of the House of Stark. House of Stark, ARI-STAR-CHUS, ARI-STAR-CHUS. All roads lead to Aristarchus, but that's just an accident. And the wolf is also, like the raven, treated as a divine animal in Norse mythology. Why is a raven like a writing desk? Because the raven has the last word. The writing desk has the last word as well, because the raven and the wolf are treated as divine. They have a direct connection to Odin. Odin is often said to take the form, or sometimes said to take the form of a raven, and he generally is said to carry around a raven on each shoulder, one on the left shoulder, one on the right, one representing thought, one representing memory. Hang on, let me get this right, because I had it wrong. I had one letter wrong anyway. What was I saying? Thunen and okay, oh yeah, but it's Thunen, Thunin, and Mugen, Muginn. So I'm more certain now that the Mugen will be resting on the left shoulder and the Thunin on the right, thought and memory. Memory on the left shoulder, thought, the ever-present thought on the right. But here's the picture I want to take. Here. Hold on. Hang on, let me open this with. Let me open this with paint. Oh no, hang on. I should have pressed right click. Okay, so let me just give you a quick preamble. Um, so the three characters that are on the world stage that are the Dodo. One is um, Tom York. That's the most uh, accessible one because it's generally reported Tom York is nicknamed Dodo by his brother Andy. It's funny enough, I'm Dodo and my brother is named Andy as well, or Andrew. Now he didn't nickname me Dodo. I suppose that's a name that I acquired, but yeah, that's the most overt one because we're actually told it. What you got to sort of figure somehow to put pieces together is to figure that Michael Jackson is the Dodo. He returned as the Five Alive Dodo after faking his death. Well, what do you mean, Pete? You're a fucking weirdo saying Michael Jackson didn't die. Well, am I? Tell me how Michael Jackson did die. Well, I'm not. Well, blah blah blah. No, don't. Why? I don't know. Not sure actually. Was it drugs? Just slimming injection or something? No one knows. Bullshit. Anyway, yeah, you're always meant to see that it's bullshit and not fucking take it seriously or anything. Michael Jackson was, by the way, king of pop. King of pop. The king wears a crown. So crown very significant. Corona, the crown, or own a light of heaven. Yeah. Is it ringing any light bulbs for you? I guess is actually as I said earlier on. This is all about the truth being in you, the mystery being within you. Everything else and outside is a symbol to remind that inner mystery. Well, to get going, right? To get unleashing, unleashing. That's good. So anyway, um, my find specifically over anyone else on this world, anyone else on this planet, would you say, Pete? Yes, I would. Yes, I would. Outside of the people who know it already, the puzzle setters, obviously, might find Paul McCartney, Paul slash Fall. The replacement Paul is included there because there's two Pauls. The one we have now is an actor and clearly an actor. Uh, but the other one's still around as well. But yeah, he is the Dodo. So there's three Dodos, and these are three of the most significant, if you think about it, musicians in history. There's a fourth Dodo as well, and that's Pete Shea. But I'm a different class of Dodo than the other three. I'm not an actor. I'm not playing a role. I'm not playing any role. Je suis Dodo. Now, why does it tie into anything? Once again, the grander theatre, greater play. You asked a question, well, you've been led down a certain pathway. You want to follow it to fruition or not? That's down to yourself. It's down to yourself, and that's down to the questions that you're, well, willing to broach, willing to confront yourself with. Um, just to close off the point about, excuse me, just to close off the point about the, okay, Alice in Wonderland, Through the Looking Glass. Oh, it's brilliant. And I thought about this. I'm refreshing my memory again now. Oh, the first book is Adventure Through the Boxing Ring. The second book is Adventure Through the chessboard. So we have the mental, the physical, and the mental, the immaterial and the material. The queen is the strongest piece physically on the chessboard, but the king is the what would you call it? This is deciding piece, the power, the force. Um, right. Okay. The boxing ring. Yeah. The boxing ring is square as well. Okay. Yeah. I'm thinking along different lines. The boxing ring is square. Why is it square? We have the bell, of course. Bell seconds out. Oh, Bell Earth. Remember talking about the tree of life? So we're cut. The tree is cut at the very center. We all live on cunt trees, right? The cunt is the lacking. No offense. I'm just saying. The cunt is the lacking. The penis is the extension. One fills the other. But yeah, Okay. Isn't that most interesting, isn't it? Anyway, when we zoom in here, so anyway, this is a reference. Look, so those three, three dodos listed. Ultimately, everything goes back to, as I mentioned earlier on, Alice in Wonderland, Alice Through Looking Glass. Here we have, so book for book, the most significant book in history. Here we have Alice. Let me zoom in a little bit. Here we have Alice overlooking the greater sea, right? And next to Alice, we have two arrows, pointers, 11.5 and 11.3. So 11.5, 11 times 5, 55, 11 times 3, 33, 55, 33, 88. So it tells us the hidden hand is in play here. So this is a greater puzzle for us to figure. What is the theme of the puzzle? Well, it's the ball earth, the spinning ball earth, right? And we understand that what's fact is fiction, what's fiction is fact. We understand that the truth is told through via the cartoon. Everything that's presented to us as fact, as with all of these different characters decorating the stage, it's all nonsense. They're all actors. They're the literal layer of truth. And we move beyond, we peel back that layer, and we see true to the symbolic and the greater analogical representations. This is where Alice comes into it. And once again, Alice in Wonderland, all of us in Underland. Now, when I entered this puzzle for the first time, I didn't have the proper flat earth context realization, but I figured there was some sort of hidden puzzle because I noticed on the left here that there's a pointer going on. The Pied Piper was pointing downwards, and the guy with the plane was pointing, and the ball seemed to be pointing upwards, and blah blah blah. I got up to Angela Merkel, and I didn't know where to go from there because I didn't have the context right. But I did have the context right, which is a flat Earth context. We know everything to do with the spinning ball Earth is not so. People in Australia are not upside down to you right now. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? No matter how far you've driven, how far do you think you'd have to drive before you encounter a curve, before you'd feel have any tangible sort of presence that you were deviating below horizontal from a starting position? When you're up in a plane, when you take off, you go into an incline, then you level off, and a glass of water will remain level all the way through until you come to your destination, pretty much, and then you settle for landing. Doesn't matter how far the destination is. A plane in Australia, or no matter where you've been, have you been to America, it's not at an angle in relation to its starting position. An ultimate angle being 180 degrees inverted as it gets to the other side of the world. It's ridiculous, it's stupid to take it literally, but we all have. The world takes it literally, but this is the stage here. This is the stage we're looking at. And that's why we have the world here up in the sky. Do you see it? The two-faced world? What else is that? Because everything is topsy-turvy. There you go. See it? Remember, these are all symbols. Everything presented here is presented by the greatest of minds. Don't tell me any woman. Well, whatever. I can't speak for women. But don't tell me, at least in potential anyway, there isn't a woman out there who couldn't be the best chess player ever. What does it even fucking matter about chess anyway? I can get that. I can get the sort of it's almost like a selfish thing as well. I want to be better. I want to show that I'm smarter or clever. No, I've sort of moved beyond that. In a way, chess to me now is like it's like video games. It's sure you get enjoyment from it at the time, but when you look back in it, yeah, what have you to show for it? Or what does it amount to? No, I that's not quite expressive of how I feel as well, because I think that everything Absolutely every single thing is vital. Um, Everything that's happened to us in every way and form and manner to take us to where we are right now, which is this instant. And that's all there ever is this instant. This is why This Is It. Michael Jackson faked his death and left us with the This Is It tour. Would you believe that this is it? Another revelation from the Pichet. This is it. Well, to take the sword from the stone is to take the S word, which is from the S tone, which is TH. So this is it. That's why Michael Jackson left us with This Is It. So THIS is the answer. It's the philosopher's. Well, TH is the philosopher's S tone, but This Is It is to take the sword from the stone. And it's, when you think about it, again, none of this is complicated. None of this is complicated. Simplify everything. If you don't understand anything that I'm talking about, just simplify it and see how it applies to you. And how is the S word? How, so you've asked me that. Please explain to me, how is the S word? Well, okay. The sword cuts, the sword divides, the sword cleaves, right? The S, it's the power of well, to be or not to be. I am, you are, he is, she is. So it's this deciding factor. Ultimately, it all comes back to our own natures. If we have the power to create reality, what we decide is, if we dogmatically, definitively decide that something is, we make it a reality. We incorporate the thought into our greater existence, and we make it a reality, even though, well, it might have no base in real reality. This is the power of the S word, is. It's the power of the mind, in essence. Now, coming to understand your power, your own true power, well, this is part of it. You won't find one flat earther out there. You might find one, Jamie Brown, I think. Now, well, I haven't even thought about Jamie Brown in ages. But yeah, he deleted his channel because of me. I've caused so much trouble in this arena. No one likes dealing with me, but everyone loves me. I think so. I don't think there's anyone who will stand up there and say, yeah, because, and I'm talking about, I've had many encounters over the last 4 years, 5 years that none of you know anything about on other forums or, stuff like that. Where I've handled sometimes 7 or 8 guys. All of them, I know they're playing on the same team against me, and they all know, they're all privy to this. What they know, I don't know. To what extent they know stuff, I don't know. I'm pretty sure they didn't know about Aristarchus. I said, whatever you know, you didn't know about Aristarchus. They were let in on certain things, the obvious things, the 9/11 hoax, the Corona hoax, the spinning ball earth hoax, obviously. But I'm not sure what exactly they did know. What was the extent of what they did know? I think there has to be a mystery for every one of us in life. But anyway, let me get back to this. So once again, bear in mind, Paul McCartney is the Dodo. Michael Jackson faked his death and returned as the Five Alive Dodo. And Tom York is nicknamed Dodo. Coming to a spinning ball, a non-spinning ball Earth reality, a non-spinning ball Earth context, we see everything is flipped in its head. The Earth is in the sky here. So what lies at the ground level? Well, here we go. Turtle. When we think in terms of religious or mythological representations, we've all heard as flat earthers the idea of, well, the antiquated idea of flat earth and the turtle, the laughing, joking, scoffing references or digs you get from people. Oh yeah, shows your turtle, or shows the elephants floating around. Well, it's representative, right? So we've moved beyond the literal. The literal is behind us, if you want, as we look at the turtle. Let me get what do you call it out here? I think a color for today, a red pen. Red pen will do. Okay, let me just thin that down a small bit. No one will touch this. Once again, no one will touch this, but this is not for everyone. Let me just, okay, that's a bit too thin. This is not for everyone. Maybe this is just for one or two people if they have the patience. So yeah, asking the questions first of all. Okay, my home is not a spinning ball. I understand that the Earth is flat, but what does it mean, Earth flat and stationary Earth? Where am I going with this? Is the truth known? If the truth is known, is it discernible somehow? Are there clues left for us? Well, again, everything presented to us is ultimately a clue. And this is an ostentatious, an in-your-face clue, but no one's picked up on it, as far as I know. The turtle is missing its payload. What the turtle represents in terms of this greater universal symbology, with the 4 elephants on its back and the disc Earth, the turtle represents, in my mind, for my own thoughts. Now, I heard other places the turtle represents wisdom as well, which is fair enough. But for me, the turtle represents self-containment, right? It represents longevity, and it represents saline waters. I should give you, if the Earth is not a spinning ball in empty space, I should give you just a rundown of my basic view. Well, we're a bubble in water. But we're not just an ordinary bubble, we're a collapsed bubble, a collapsed at the top. Think of it in terms of an apple, something like that. And the tree is intact the other side, and it's fell this side. So we are this side, the divided state, this side reflects our divided state. So the other side, we are whole, and that's where we have wings. That's where we are male and female combined. Is there an us beyond the material? Of course there is. Of course there is. Maybe that's just, yeah, that's the way I see it anyway. It's saline waters beyond. So this is what ultimately the turtle represents, and why it has the elephants on its back. The elephants represent strength, solidity, dry land and memory. Okay, 4 corners of the Earth as well. That's interesting. We think about the boxing ring and the 4 corners. And we think about the turtle shell and its rotundity. Well, okay. So what's on the back of the elephants? Well, we have the disc Earth. So that encompasses everything there in symbolic form, the universe. So what does disc Earth represent? Well, it would have to be the map, the layout of the land, right? How we sort of come to identify. So as we look at Alice, overlooking all of the pantomime, all of the theater, and we are in a flat earth mind, and we're in a mind that everything is reversed and everything is mirrored. Well, we notice the turtle is missing its payload. So what we first got to find is the elephant. The elephant. So we're looking for that representation. Is it anywhere nearby? I've been through all of this before, so I'm just going to run you through it. Just to walk you slowly through it and let you find your way through. We can see here the disc Earth is nearby. So there's elephants somewhere in between. Can we find the elephant? Well, yes, we can. Yes, we can. If we look close enough, we can find it. And it's indisputable. It's not up for debate. There's no denying it. And like any elegant solution as well, there'll be no denying it. You can walk yourself through it. But everything here, I'm not going to go through it in an in-depth way now because it's getting late. Better quicken it up. But everything here, there is always 2 clarifications that you're right. But if we look here, we can see you best bringing up your own version of it. But if we look at there's a reflective pattern here. If you think of this is a battery here just above, so we think that that's reflected right here. And that's the elephant's eye. Yeah, that's very thick, isn't it? Yeah, no, I think you want to take a brush. Here's the eye here, elephant's eye, and it's a reflection on the ground of this battery aspect. If we can see the elephant's trunk as it rises up around here. Look, it's unmistakably a trunk. Right, his ear comes back to here, and then you don't have to worry about the greater body. The tusk even comes down here. Look. And here's the eye again. So see it? Right, so remember that's a cartoon, so everything is with deliberation and with intent specifically drawn in. So that's the elephant found. So we found the turtle. Yeah, well, obviously we found the turtle. The turtle's missing his payload. That's the elephant. Can we find now the disk Earth on top? And here's where our journey begins. We notice it's nearby because that's what we're looking for, right? That's what we're looking for. The disk Earth, which is ultimately representing the map, the layout of the land. Right, so how do we enter the scenario? Well, like children, we must become. We enter stage left and follow the Pied Piper, okay? So following the Pied Piper, like the children's story, led all the children away from the rat infested, or actually clear the rat problem, and he wasn't paid, wasn't he, for his services? And he led all the children away as a punishment. Now, just to clarify, remember I said there's two clues that to let us know we're on the right path. The Pied Piper, like children must become, we followed the pie. I wish I had, I'm just using sort of the keyboard touch pad here. But anyway, if we look at Putin here, Putin, put in, we're put into the scenario, and we see this intersection of, well, the Pied Piper's flute and what do you call it? Vladimir Putin's knuckle, forefinger bent upwards. So let me get a deeper. Yeah, that should get. Okay. So, as we follow that, so once again, like children must become, like a children's game. It's all about, like the arrows, follow the arrows over next to Alice or Great can follow the arrows for the pointers. As we look down, as we follow the pointers, we're led to one place specific. This is down to this boy here who's holding himself an indicator which points in this direction to the ball, what are you going to, the rugby ball Earth. I can get into much more detail here about all of the different factors here. For instance, Patricia Steer is represented on the left. Miss Flat Earth, Patricia is famous. Patricia will always be famous. Mark Sargent is represented here on the right with his microphone. But anyway, we're pointed towards the ball Earth. And the ball Earth, rugby ball Earth, oval Earth. Remember I talked about it? Any round representation of Earth is round. Yeah, it's oval. Earth is oval. And that's defined by the collapsed barrier itself against which all skylights reflect. So that's pointing us towards the panda, right? And here's a great validation for me as we zoom in on the panda. Notice the big arrow at up his crotch here. But do you notice also the arrows pointing upwards along his chest? Give us the definitive indication that we're moving in the right direction. Let me just remove that in case you think I'm faking it. No, right? So, excellent. As we continue on upwards then, oh, doesn't that remind me of who's that guy? forced a line. Brian Mullen, he's forced a line. This is what we're doing. We're following the line. Oh goodness! As we make our way upwards, we just continue the line. We can see Spider-Man over here drawing a line. That's how he gets from place to place. Now, this is where I mentioned before I had the flat Earth contents. This is where I got stuck. I understood it was being led up here, but didn't know why. I didn't know what was going on. And then Mark Sargent came on the scene, and whatever. Whenever I came back to this, I did a hangout soon afterwards, but maybe I was whenever this came out, early 2015. I was looking at it on another platform. Maybe it was David Icke forums or something, and I got to here. I didn't know where to go then. I didn't know where to go, and I just left it. So coming back in a new flat Earth sort of frame of mind and a new, more simplistic frame of mind as well, seeing it as an almost childlike adventure. Well, I thought, well, if you go left, you get chopped to bits, right? You can't go left. If you go left, you're cut off. So that's a no-no. Well, if we go right, where does that take us? And I couldn't see where it would. It took me for ages, but yeah. Well, now if we go right, it's pretty easy, isn't it? We travel up the arm, but here we have a indicator which is pointing us in this direction, right? And there's no denying that. Let me zoom in, and here we go. Yeah, so we can't go left because you're getting chopped to bits by the blades of the helicopter, the crop duster, the chemtrailer. These are all the different fear-mongering conspiracies inlaid within life, I guess. When there's nothing to fear, ultimately nothing to doubt, I should think. So here we go up the arm, and then just when it seems like there's nowhere to go, oh, hang on. Yeah, Obama's shadow, hidden hand, is pointing in a certain direction, which is over this way. Now, don't get me started on Will Smith being Barack Obama and Barack Obama taking center position here. I don't believe there's another first, another claim to fame. PJ is the first to reveal Will Smith and Barack Obama are one and the same. And like I mentioned with the €100,000 bet, and you can clarify that if you want that clarifiable, that the bet was out there. No one took it up because I knew it was safe as houses. The minute someone took it up, they would have found exactly what I found. It's the same thing with Will Smith and Barack Obama. No one took that up, and the thought of that disturbed many people. But I never heard from them again. I never heard from them, and I know why, because there's only 3 images and 2 to be found together on the whole of the internet, and all of those images are clearly photoshopped. Those 3, the 2 are said to be the best of friends. One helped the other get elected on both occasions in this televisual age. No live images of the 2 together. I'm not so dumb, I guess, to think that that's the end of it. We were always meant to figure that out. It's too easy. It's too easy. Anything that's too easy is not the answer, but it's a pointer maybe towards the answer. It's all again clues and pointers. So anyway, so we're pointed up this way. I don't think anyone will doubt that, right? Can anyone doubt my reasoning so far? And there's only one place we're going here, which is straight to this geezer here. You zoom in on him a little bit more. You zoom into him a little bit more. Now, let me just say as well, when I revisited this, I knew the answer. I didn't know how I was going to find it, but I already knew the answer. And that was after I came by the Dodo realization. So I knew what the answer was going to be. Don't ask me how, just automatically know it. But from here, I didn't know where to go. So when I actually came by the answer and, well, the solution, well, then there was no other possibility but that I was right. And, well, that's another claim to fame. It's just solving this alone. So as we make our way up here, we can see, look at the nose itself. Look at the way the nose is pointing upwards. You see it? in and around the nose area. It's most unnatural. It's not a mustache or anything. It's just like someone drew it in as a deliberate pointer. Look at that. See it? There's a guy wearing virtual reality goggles or whatever. So that's not too relevant. You're just following the pointers up, right? And as you go upwards, you get to this juncture here. Now, once again, like with Angela Merkel, we can go left, but if we go left, that's actually more, this isn't the best copy here, but that's red. It's a red dot here in a better copy. Yeah, that's red is for stop. Green is for go, red is for stop. So you can't go that direction. So we take a veering right instead. And as we go right, what jumps out at us straight away is this veering downwards here. You see it, look where the two connect, one and the other meet, and we have an arrow pointing downwards. Right? So that's what we're doing, we're just following the line. And as we do that, yep. Just dropping the line, you're dropping down, down along. Absolutely amazing the way they've done this. And so you just fall down until what? You meet none other but Spider-Man, who's spinning on a thread. Well, if we go left again with red, we don't meet anything. If we go right, and if you had the capability, the quality of the image better, you'd be able to see little sort of micro arrows, the fiber of the skin itself pointing in kind of see it here. So it's all pointing in this direction. So as we move forward along the direction and upwards, we have the choice to go left, but then that goes nowhere to a dead end. As we continue right, around, I can't even believe I'm going through this. It's so intricate, isn't it? As we go right and around, well, here we intersect with David Cameron's hand pointing downwards. You see, right, which is pointing us down. It's so intricate, isn't it? It's so fucking easy though. At the same time, don't sell yourself short that any of this stuff is difficult or outside your ability to grasp. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Anyway, and here we have an image. Now, this is what I'm talking about. I simplify everything, but you definitely have to have some sort of information. You have to have some sort of mature mind about you to piece all this stuff together. Alice in Wonderland is all about inversion. And this image itself, it turns out, with a bit of research, is well, they actually tell you with the associated text and the different explanations they gave. But yeah, this is a photograph by, or an image by, or a painting by Leonardo da Vinci, I think. And if you actually look up the image itself, it's facing the other way. So here we have a mirror image. So we're encouraged to invert it. And if the lady looks the other way, she's looking up at Alice here, which we take as Alice, who's a very manly-like figure. Alice is Elvis, by the way. Would you believe that? We zoom out a small bit then, because we're getting close to the finale. Alice is looking over this way at the Cheshire Cat from Alice in Wonderland, and then just to draw the arrow in. Well, here we have a couple more arrows to let you know you're in the right way, pointing this way and pointing this way. We've got to go across again, right? If we notice, we're given due notice that we're almost there, because on the pant leg of Barack Obama, we have a 3 and a 3, kind of 3, 3, which is a different thing, but a 3 and a 3, do you see it? And I say that that is just an indicator to you that you're almost there. You're close to the climax. We're close to the solution. So this takes us across to here. And this is the solution, friends. This is what I was looking for. And I knew I was right when I found it. Let me zoom in a little bit more, because I'm not going to carry on this now a bit longer. But this is a miraculous find. And like I said many times, if there is and I'm sure there has to be a reward for this, for finding this hidden puzzle. Well, everything goes to my Steve, of course. But as we go across, so remember, what are we looking for ultimately? We found the turtle, we found the elephant, now we're looking for the disc. What the disc represents something to do with the map or the layout of the land on a flat earth surface. Here we have, friends, so we're looking for a holiday island. This is a condom, a prophylactic. These two islands are Mauritius and Reunion Island. That's the neighboring island to Mauritius. That's what gave the game away. Reunion Island and Mauritius. And well, this is a condom, a prophylactic, which of course is an aid in the reunion. What would you call it? Process. How about that? When a male and a female sort of get it on. So how we came to ultimately the Dodo, and to understand that it was definitely correct, is as we've been following the arrows all the way. Here we go with the prophylactics pointer, which is pointing us upwards here, right? To O and D. O and D, holiday, O and D. And as we zoom in further, you can't quite see it here actually. You can't quite see it here because what do you call it isn't so great. The other thumb, the thumb you might say, is pointing here. And just here, there's a few waves going across, but just here, there's an actual 2. Would you believe there's a 2? I have to get a better quality video of that, or image of that. That's a 2 there, just right here. Let me zoom in a bit more. Just right here. That's a 2. So 1 is pointing to OD, the fingers are pointing to OD, and the thumb is pointing to the 2. So Holiday Island, Reunion Island. Oh, it's so difficult, isn't it? I wouldn't have got that unless I knew that the answer was Mauritius beforehand. It's so almost fiendish. It's so almost fiendish. So we have a Holiday Island and OD by 2, which is OD, OD, or DO, DO, Dodo. Reunion Island, the condom, let me just go back into, what do you call it there? Reunion Island, neighboring island to, well, Mauritius itself. And, well, that's the solution to this hidden puzzle. And, my friends, that alone itself someday will make me famous. It'll make me famous, but I don't care for any fame. Let me get back to normal size. Fame my arse. Now, how about that? How about that, friends? So that's the 2015 puzzle solved. Now, coming to the 2021, where, as I said, we enter from the other stage right, where the ball itself is already, I guess, hung. The ball is already seen through. So that's why we start there. We got to go down and around. But yeah, take us from that Pied Piper down and just follow these simple different clues with the proper context in mind. Well, that leads to an inexorable solution, an undeniable solution. You can't deny it. There's no denying that that is the solution to the hidden puzzle on the 2015 world famous Economist magazine. And it's all flat earth centered or flat earth based. So, yeah, once again, that was the beginning, not the end. That was the Dodo and Mauritius. So to wrap up, Paul McCartney, Michael Jackson, Tom York, three of the most defining and talented, influential musicians in history, all being named the Dodo, all being connected to the Dodo, and the Dodo itself having this connection to the hidden puzzle. It's beyond chance, and when we have the context proper, well, what will I say to that? Dodo wouldn't be here without Aristarchus. So the Dodo is the offspring of Aristarchus, Aristarchus, the fell tree of life. Right. I think I did okay rushing you through that. You get the general gist, and yeah, once again, you're either interested in this or you're not. And I will tell you this, there are plenty of people who are interested and who have been interested in the past because they know they're playing their part within this greater sort of game of clues. But yeah, what do you think about that, my friend? For my own sake, let me say for my own sake, right? As you know, I go through most of the stuff that I do go through. I go through before. I've been through many times, but some pieces, some little tidbits of information, some little jewels of realization, make it all worthwhile. And one of those tonight was 2015 relates to Alice in Wonderland. The 2018 relates to Alice Through the Looking Glass, and the 2021 relates to, I'm thinking, the discarded chapter, which is the most significant chapter where, funny enough, the bifurcated tree is encountered. Different story. I get onto that the next night, and I maybe should be more definitive in what I'm going to cover or not. But then again, if I did that, that wouldn't be me, would it? That would be sort of a coherent me, and that wouldn't wash. So, sorry for not getting into chat too much. I hope everything is still transmitting anyway for the sake of posterity. And yeah, it seems like it is. Oh no, did I have Doombot? How did you have that up on the screen on Doombot? Fucking hell. Why did I put that? Did I have that up on screen all night? Doombot's comment, stupid comment. Sorry about that in case you missed anything. Okay, sorry about that. Hopefully you could see through it and it's pretty coherent in terms of the pathway I laid out anyway. Anyway, yeah, it's way too late here, lads. I better fuck. I said I wouldn't do these type of hangouts again. But anyway, have a good night, and yeah, thank you for tuning in. As you see, there's so many tangents I could go off on, and so many things I could even go into now that I just covered earlier on myself. But yeah, I won't do that for now. I'll just say for the moment, thank you very much for tuning in. I hope you enjoyed the music, and love to all my friends, and I love you, sleep. Okay, until next time.